Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority Planning Commission regular meeting. Today is Wednesday, February the 4th, 2026. The call to the order meeting is called at 6:42 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Here.
Councilmember Marquez,
Present.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Here.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Could we please stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilmember Noricumbo, can you lead us to that? Thank you, guys. Can we please stand up for invocation by Pastor Senia?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you, welcoming your presence to this meeting. And Lord, we come to you thankful for the opportunity of serving our community. We ask for your wisdom. We ask for your guidance. We ask that every leader and every official here today may come together in unity and help them work together for with respect and for the good of our city. Let us be an example, a testimony of how together we can do a lot more. Let us keep every difference and challenge, bring them into a solution. And Lord, we ask for your protection over our city, for our schools, our kids, our families, our businesses. Bless our city with peace, unity, and we ask for those who are struggling. We ask for those who are carrying heavy burdens. We ask, Father, that you keep bringing blessings to our city and that you always be our provider. In Jesus' name, who is the way, the truth, and the life, we ask, amen. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor. City Attorney, do we have any closed session announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. The mayor and city council met in closed session regarding the agendized closed session items and took no reportable actions.
Thank you. Could I have the approval of the agenda? Call for a motion, please. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, motion for approval, second by Councilmember Adriano Marquez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Going on to our presentations. The first one is the presentation program offered by SoCal Gas, given by Ms. Deborah McGarry. Please come on out.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, and to the Honorable City Council members. My name is Deborah McGarry. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for Southern California Gas Company. And I want to say thank you so much for the opportunity for me to go ahead and provide information with regards to the various types of programs, customer programs that we have within SoCal Gas. So I think one of the things that's really great to know is that there's a lot of different ways in which SoCal Gas provides residents ways in which to save money. So you have received each one of these handouts, and I could get information also to the city clerk. And then also I brought with me one of our customer service, it's one of our customer assistance programs. It has all of our information. We have this in English and in Spanish. And of course, you could actually go to our website and you could actually pull up several different languages and be able to review our website that has that information. So again, this has our safety information, all of our information that pertains to any type of customer programs. So just to give the residents here in the city of Calexico information on how it is that they could actually reduce their bills, is that we have what's called energy assistance programs. So these programs are based off of the customer's income. So based off of your income, you could have improvements done in your home Measures such as like attic insulation, high energy clothes washers, tankless water heaters, all these different types of programs that are based off of your income. So if you're income qualified, you could actually apply through these programs through SoCal Gas. How the Energy Assistance Program works is that once you are interested in submitting this, then you could reach out to SoCal Gas, go ahead and contact the 1-800 number of SoCal Gas, and then they will connect you then to a third-party contractor that would be able to do these types of programs for you. And if you look at page 5 of the information that I provided you, it actually talks about the income and what income is actually qualifies for those customers. Now, I do have to state that the income that's listed here is an incorrect income. This one comes from 2024. This is the presentation I have, but the information on the website is updated. It's only a little bit of difference. But if you take a look at the customers that, let's just look at a household. A regular household in Calexico is about 3.78 residents. There's approximately 4 residents on average, basically per home in the city of Calexico. So a resident that makes approximately about $75,000 or less would actually qualify for being able to make these improvements in their homes. Other types of programs, I'm going to go ahead, and then if the next page on page 6 gives you the website and the information to go ahead and apply. One of the other programs we have is our CARE program. It's one of our more popular programs for those residents that want to see a discount in regards to their gas bill. And so it's a 20% discount. This is based off of, again, income, the customer's income. And that one actually, again, for a resident that is a family of 4, it is approximately $64,000. If they make $64,000 a year or less, they would qualify to get that 20% discount. That has to be for all the adults in the house and the total income for the entire household. So individuals that would actually qualify for that, or any of the residents or any of the households that have Medicare, Medicaid, the Medicare for families A and B, women and infants and children's, which is called WIC, CalWorks, which is TAF or Tribal TAF. You have the Head Start program. You have CalFresh. Anybody who happens to have children that are on the National School Lunch Program. Anyone that's participated in the LAHEAP, which is the Low Income House Energy Assistance Program. And then, of course, any type of supplemental to secure income, which is SSI. So any of those residents and households would actually be able to qualify. And I think also a lot of folks don't realize that actually multiple housing could actually apply for this. So it isn't just for a single resident, a single family house, but multiple families, multiple homes, like if it's a duplex or apartment. If you're paying your bill and the bill's in your name, then you could apply for it. Also, mobile home park units are also the same thing. That is if it's not a sub-meter, it's not a master meter, but it's an account that that resident has that lives in that unit would be able to qualify for that. Some of the other programs that we also have is our level playing fields, so our level pay program. So our level pay program, let's just say, you know, in the wintertime you might have a higher bill. In the summertime, of course, your bills are less expensive because you're not using as much gas. In the wintertime, you're using a lot more heat. Plus, also, if you have a tankless water heater, or a water heater, those water heaters, of course, are always trying to keep that water warm. And so, of course, when the weather's cold, those hot water tanks have a tendency to continue to run that gas to keep that temperature so that when you turn on your water, you'll get that hot water. So with the variation of what your bill would be based off of sometimes the temperature, the heating season, you could actually go ahead and make a decision that that bill would be averaged out for 1 year and you pay one amount, the same amount every month. So that's one way also to pay your bill. Other programs that we have is for those people that have medical issues. Most people don't realize if you have like a multiple sclerosis or some type of a disease that requires you to have a warm house, you could qualify for a medical baseline program. Those medical baseline programs do require a certificate from your doctor, and you could also then get what's called a medical baseline rate. So that rate is less expensive than the standard rate for your gas. So all those are actually something that could be applied for online, or you could contact SoCal Gas online or on the phone, and they could send you applications and information. All that information is in here. Also, I think the other thing is for those people that are having problems paying their bills, and they have a large amount, the best thing you could do is to contact SoCal Gas and try to work out a payment program. If you can work out a payment program, that's the best way in which to work with us, rather than having any type of interruption of service. And we will work with you as long as you're willing to go ahead and continue to pay the bill, work out some type of a program with SoCal Gas, then we could actually help those customers with those high bills. And then finally, all of our safety information's in here. You have all the information on what to do. I don't know whether or not you guys felt the little earthquake that we had here not too long ago, but you know, the earth is always moving, and it's really important that we know when to turn off your gas and when not to. You know, making sure that you know how to check all the appliances, know how to identify a gas leak. All that information's in here. And if your city happens to have any type of a program where you're doing community outreach, please feel free to reach over to SoCal Gas, and I'd be happy to go ahead and participate in a program to provide that education. And if we need someone that speaks Spanish, we could always do that as well. And again, all this information is in English and Spanish, and there's so many more programs. I could be up here for an hour if you wanted me to, but I don't want to take up too much of your time because I'm sure you have a busy night. I'll leave some of these brochures in the back, and then I'll send that information over to the city clerk. So if you want to post those onto your website, you can. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Do you guys work with other municipalities to where maybe you work with the fire department as part of their process to approve new businesses, to where you guys could get called in to make sure that, you know, everything's connected fine before the approval?
So that's a great question. I think I understand what you're asking. So hypothetically, let's just say you're putting in a brand new stove, or you're putting in a water heater for whatever reason. You have those services installed, have maybe a third-party contractor come in and put in those, whether it's a plumber, a licensed plumber, or someone's putting in those appliances. You could always contact SoCal Gas and have us come out. There's no cost associated, and we will do what's called a safety check. And I always encourage people that when they do have new gas appliances installed into their homes, that they please contact SoCal Gas. Make sure everything's hooked up properly. We'll be happy to go ahead and do those safety checks. It's part of what we do as our company. But of course, they will provide a window, which will be a 4-hour window, and we typically can't set a set time. So we'll end up working with you on some type of a date. Did I answer your question? That's part of like with the business.
Yeah, I knew you guys provided that service, but I'm just saying, do you work with municipalities like as part of the approval process, say maybe for a business license, to ensure that everything's connected good and stuff like that?
Well, so as an example, okay, when a business is or a building is being built, one of the things that SoCal Gas requires is a release from the city. The city then provides that release stating that they've gone through and everything has been installed within that house or that building. Because SoCal Gas does not install the gas lines within the building. We provide the gas service up to the meter, and then from the meter going into the house or the building, that is the after the meter, that's the responsibility of the builder or the contractor. We do everything from the meter going out to the road. But we do inspect all those appliances. So if, let's just say it's a restaurant, they do have to get probably some type of a permit or approval from the fire department. But the only thing that we would do is actually just go in and check and make sure everything's hooked up properly. Same thing, a safety check is what we would do, make sure it's all working right. But before we will install and start up gas service for a business or a home, we have to have a line release, is what we call, or a house release from the city stating that we are able to go ahead and provide that service. That means the building department has done their part and their inspectors have done their part to make sure everything's been put in properly. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay, you're welcome. Anything else?
Any further questions from council? Thank you, Deborah.
You're welcome. Thank you for the invite. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Now, our second presentation is the Sensory Explorers Program. Presentation will be given by Dr. Tien Tan Vo. Come on up.
Hi. My name is Ariana Escarcega, Program Director for Sensory Explorers. I want to thank you guys for inviting us here tonight to tell you about our program. Right now, we're currently in Calexico, and we're going to be branching out to Brawley next, and then hopefully El Centro in the near future. We serve children, teens, and adults with developmental disabilities. This can include autism, Down syndrome, and cerebral palsy. Our ages are 3 and up. Right now, our oldest client is 30. We do physical activities that help them grow and work on their strengths that they already have. We adapt our sessions that are 50 minutes long. We adapt our sessions to the client, and we go based off their needs. So if one is more physically capable of a certain workout, then we adapt our workout. If someone needs more needs, then we meet those needs in the activities. We offer obstacle courses, music, dance, painting, as well as a reward for after session. We really love what we're doing here for the community, and I'm so glad that we could be here for everyone that falls under that spectrum.
Hi, I'm Priscilla Brown. I'm the program coordinator for Sensory Explorers. We have many children that have autism in our community, and we're excited, and we want to help out all our community for disabled children, mentally disabled and developmentally disabled, as well as all autistic children. So all you have to do is be a client for San Diego Regional, ages 3 and up. We provide the services, and San Diego Regional funds the services. So all you have to do is, if you have a child that is disabled or has autism, be a client for San Diego Regional. Tell your service coordinator, I would like services at Sensory Explorers, or you can contact me, and I will take care of everything for you, of all the paperwork, all the authorizations, referrals, everything for you. And we're excited to announce that we are also having our next ribbon cutting February 25th in Calexico, in Brawley. And soon, we will be having one in El Centro as well. And our address is 222 East Cole in Calexico, Suite H. Thanks.
Thank you for inviting us to come here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and all the City Council, City Manager, and all the directors here. Thank you, and also, of course, Madam's City Council as well. We're very happy to do this, because really this is the first center in Calexico doing this sensory fitness. Of course, we see a lot of kids needed. That's why I'm just the founder. I'm looking things to help the community. So we established this, and these ladies here running the show, I'm helping them to help the community. And the thing about this community, we don't have a lot of activities for kids. And this program also for adults as well. So any delay people or person can come and join us as a center, so they can have a place to do their training for physical or mental or any issues, besides that also medical as well. But yeah, so today we talk about sensory, and so that means this center is for everyone, not just for kids or for mental or physical, for everyone, whoever need our services. And there's many 2 or 3 centers in El Centro already, so that's why we delay El Centro. We want to do Calexico first, and then probably we don't have anybody else also, so we can go there second, and then we come back to El Centro office, El Centro place. So I hope that this service will bring more helpful and help with the kids with school or no school, have a place to go to, and then with the parents, hopefully that will make this place better for the community. And we are here for the community. So if anything that you guys need, or any community have any suggestions for us, please talk to us, because we're gonna cater to you, not to us. And thank you again for inviting us to come here and talk and share the good news to the community.
Thank you, Dr. Vo. And while you guys are coming up here, I'd just like to make a comment. Just come on, we're going to give you a certificate. Council member Diana Marquez, myself, and City Manager Ben Martinez, we went to their opening here in Calexico, and it's a remarkable building facility, and it's free. Working with our kids here in Calexico and adults, so I want to thank Dr. Vo for being a stakeholder for the city of Calexico, and for the job well done with the staff and his wife also. Where's your wife? Your wife's not here? Not here. The wife's not here. Okay, so I know that Ms. Marcus, Councilmember Marcus, would you like to say a few words?
Well, once again, just thank you for the outreach and the advocacy that you guys are providing for our children with special needs. Thank you.
And the reason why I pointed towards Councilmember Marcus, because you work with special needs teacher. Any comments from our fellow council members?
No, I thank you so much. It's a wonderful amenity to have in our community that we don't have, and that you started it here first before going elsewhere. So thank you.
Yes, I also want to thank you for having this. I have a child with autism, and I had to take him to Imperial, to the San Diego Regional Center. So I'm glad that you guys are now here in Calexico. Thank you.
Dr. Bo, thank you for your service, and thank your staff. Thank you very much.
So let's go ahead and we'll present him with a certificate of appreciation. Thank you, Dr. Vo, for announcing. Okay, going on to council announcements. Do we have any announcements from our council? Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, any announcements?
Announcement for what?
Well, anything that you want to, anything that's coming up?
No,
In the future?
not at this
No,
point.
no council announcements? No? Okay. We're going to go ahead to proceed with public comments and public appearance. The city attorney, please.
This is the time for the public to address the city council on any item not appearing on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. The city clerk will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. Group commentators may be requested to limit their group comments to 15 minutes. The city council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comment when we get to the item on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the city council. The mayor and city council reserve the right to adjust this time limit based on the number of speakers who wish to address the mayor and the city council.
Thank you. Non-agenda items will be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. If additional time is required for public comments, they will be heard towards the end of the meeting after discussion and potential action items. Right now, it is 7:06 p.m. and public comments will pause at 7:36 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. I will call two people at a time. When I call your name, please come up to the microphone. Jacob Rosales and Juan Moran.
Do I go first? Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jacob Rosales. I live at 1008 Portland Drive. And I'm here to ask the council to please do what the city, the residents of this city have been waiting for for a very long time, and that is to allow the Calexico Little League to use Cordova Park as a practice facility. As I drive by Cordova, and I've been driving by that park for about 10 years now, I noticed that it looks like it's completed. The fences are up, the dugouts are constructed, the irrigation is intact. The trees have been planted and have been planted correctly this time with irrigation. And the only thing that I see missing is I don't see any children playing. And which I think that's the intention of the park, was for players to play. But unfortunately, we drive by and we just see a park. As of now, the Calexico Little League has I spoke to the president earlier, he said we have about 380 registered players. Each team is about 11 to 14 players, which means we have about over 30 teams. But as of now, we don't have enough facilities to accommodate this many teams or players. So I'm asking the council to please open the parks and allow the parents and the children to create memories. And doing so will also create productive members of this community that are going to be the future of the city. Going back to the last election cycle, one of the things that I thought about when I was considering who to vote for, I noticed that there was a billboard with candidates. These candidates were wearing sports attire. They were holding gloves. They had a baseball hat on. I believe one of them had a soccer ball. So I said to myself, these individuals, if they're elected, they're going to be making a difference for the city. Yet, I still haven't seen that difference. I see that the park's constructed, but what good is it doing if it's just sitting there empty? So please allow the children to play. We need those parks because right now we don't have the facilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and public. I'm Juan Moran, 5 Vega Street. Tonight, I will follow up on the petition I submitted on November 17, 2025, and the remarks I have delivered in November, December, and January. The issue is actually simple and straightforward. The Calexico Municipal Code is clear. Section 17.05.140 subsection B requires a 6-foot masonry wall and a 5-foot landscape buffer wherever a commercial use abuts a residential zone. That is a mandatory requirement. The boundary behind our homes is not compliant. It does not meet the legal standard or protect residents or their privacy. This condition has existed for decades, but longevity does not make it acceptable. Because the city did not enforce its ordinance, some residents repair the section behind their homes using what they could afford. What should be a uniform protective barrier is now a short stretch of cinder block wall, several picket-style wood fences with different finishes, and temporary fixes attached to remnants of the old fence, about 5 different styles. This is not a barrier or a buffer. Here's a quick timeline. November 17, 2025, I submitted a resident signed petition to the clerk. November, December, January, I returned and raised the issue each month. To date, no response, no acknowledgement, no action. The pattern is clear. Residents and I acted, the city did not. Tonight, I'm addressing the council and also the city attorney and city manager. To the city attorney, I want to read the ordinance exactly as written. Please take note. This is Calexico Municipal Code Section 17.05.140, subsection B. Quote, where a commercial or office use abuts property in any residential zone, a masonry wall 6 feet in height from the highest finished grade at the property line shall be erected and maintained between such uses and the residential zone. In addition, 5-foot landscape screen or buffer shall be installed and maintained, end quote. In this case, the commercial use is not just adjacent to the residential zone, it is operating within a residential zoning district. That makes the requirement even more clear. When a commercial use exists inside a residential zone, these protective measures are not optional, they are mandatory. To the city manager, ensuring compliance rests with your office. The 5 different fence styles and improvised repairs are the result of prolonged administrative and municipal overlook. I am giving the city the opportunity to review the ordinance and provide a timely response. But I want to be clear, the ordinance is not optional. The requirement is not discretionary. And I will continue pressing this issue until the city enforces the ordinance and a uniform, code-compliant protective wall is built behind our homes. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and have you and the city manager, if you just give him your contact information.
Absolutely. I'll be here until the end of the meeting.
Okay. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes. Robert Gronich and Steven Swatkowski.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Robert Gronich. I live at 1948 Clinton Avenue here in Calexico. I'd like to bring to the Council's attention and Public Works Director's attention the corner of Bowker Road and Highway 98. I don't know if anybody else has brought up that issue, but that corner, Highway 98 and Bowker Road, is an accident waiting to happen. I drive out of there every day, and you've got cars that are driving at 50, 60 miles an hour on Highway 98, and there is no stoplight. There is, it's a very, very dangerous intersection. I've seen it day in, day out. One of my daughters won't even try to drive it. I'm here to really raise some red flags. It's a bad accident waiting to happen. And I really would like the City Council to direct Public Works, or I think it's a Caltrans jurisdiction, right? But somebody's got to take a look at that before somebody gets very hurt, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name's Steven Swikowski.
Speak close to the mic, sir. Thank you.
That better? Sorry. My name is Steven Swikowski, and I'm here as a parent and a community member, speaking on behalf of our local children. Our local kids want something simple and powerful, a safe, accessible place to play baseball and softball. Right now, our parks and fields, spaces that are built for the community, are not accessible to the very kids they were designed for. I understand there are policies, liability concerns, and operational challenges, but the result is our children are losing opportunities to be active, build discipline, stay connected to positive role models. For many families, these fields are the only affordable nearby options for organized sports. This matters. Youth sports are not just a game. They keep kids healthy, teach teamwork, and give them a reason to show up, work hard, and believe in themselves. Another real challenge we're facing is capacity. Right now, there are only 3 usable fields available for approximately 30-plus teams in the Calexico Little League, and that's not counting the travel ball teams that are also in the Valley. At the same time, the number of kids participating in youth sports continue to grow. This makes it increasingly difficult to find field time for practices, games. Coaches are forced to schedule late evening, short practices windows, and split teams across location. Kids lose development time, not because of lack of interest, but because there are simply not enough fields available. I also want to speak to the access and safety. The few parks that are currently available for us are not easy for many families to reach. They're located in areas that present real challenges for parents. Locations near the New River that many families don't feel comfortable sending their children to alone. On top of that, long wait times caused by southbound Mexicali traffic make it difficult for working parents to get their kids to and from practice on time. These barriers disproportionately affect families who already have limited transportation options. I'm not here just to point out our problems. I'm here with solutions. We are willing to partner with the city to make this work. We can schedule usage to avoid conflicts. We can provide volunteer supervision for cleanup after practicing games. We can work with Parks and Rec on permits, insurance, and safety plans. We're open to a pilot program, limited hours that help address these concerns. I'm asking two things tonight. That the city work with the community leagues.
Thank you, sir. Time's up.
Open the parks. That's all I got to say.
Jose Carrillo and Jesus Iniguez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Jose Carrillo. I live at 125 Camarena. I'm the president for Calexico Little League. Right now, I got about 380 kids. I got a waiting list, about 62 kids. And we need place to practice. That's one of the things I can't make more teams because we don't got no parks. To be honest, our parks that we got here are destroyed. We need your help. We got to get those parks fixed before somebody falls and sues the city. You know, all I need, I'm asking Heber so I can send people to practice over there and play games over there because we don't got parks here. All we're asking is let us use those parks. Those parks are being set there for years. Nobody has used them. Why can't we use them? Let the kids play. Forget about politics. This is for the kids. The kids are the future. That's what we need to do, you know. Don't put baseball or any sports in politics. Let's just open those parks, let them play, and everybody's going to be happy. You know, all we need is your support to help us get all these kids off the street and play baseball. I've been president for 12 years back in the days. I had 900 kids. We never had issues with that. Now that I come back this year, we can't have more kids because we don't got no place to practice. I'm asking the schools, I only got 2 schools right now where to send kids to practice. All we need is your help. Let us use those parks. We could maintain them. We got people that really want to help us. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Jose Iniguez. I live at 960 Gianaya here in Calexico. I've been a volunteer for 40 years in the sports of softball, baseball, wrestling, football, you name it, I've been there. As I stand before you today, I serve as a director of boys for our community of baseball and softball. As of today, we are here with a clear and urgent request: opening of Cordova Park for T-ballers and girls softball, at least for practice. I'm not saying open the whole thing. I know you guys are doing a survey, something before opening the parks or not. Our youth athlete needs a safe environment where they can practice. By opening Cordova Park, you're unlocking a gate to provide our youth to develop their skills and stay off the streets. As we ask the board to provide a safe facility like Cordova Park for our kids. Also, Lisa, I coached you and your son for some years back. I would like to thank you and your mother for your support for this community and our programs, for helping us out, and I appreciate the dedication from your family to the sports. And today I ask you to support us in opening Cordova Park for practice. Thank you.
Also, when you come up, address the council as a whole, not as an individual. Thank you. Next.
Melina Villarreal and Dalia Alvarez.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and the members of the City Council. My name is Duly Alvarez, and I'm a resident of Calexico. I live in 1269 Paradox Court. I'm here today as both a parent and a community member who deeply cares about the future of our children and our city. I'm asking the council to consider opening our city parks for more than just soccer. We need other sports for our children like baseball and softball. Right now, many children want to explore other sports but simply don't have a place to practice or compete locally. As a result, families like mine are forced to drive to cities like El Centro just for our children to play sports they love. Not every parent has the resources or transportation or time to do that, which means many children miss on healthy, structure, and positive activities. I say this not as someone against soccer, since my family has been part of the soccer community for more than 10 years, but as someone who understands that not all kids fit in one mold. Every children deserves a chance to find their own passion, whenever that's volleyball, basketball, track, or any other sport that inspires them to stay active and engaged. This issue is not just about recreation, it's about prevention. Giving our youth more opportunities to participate in sports help them develop discipline, teamwork, and a sense of belonging. It keeps them away from negative influences and helps build the character and confidence that can prevent future problems in our community. When we invest in our children now, we are actively working to reduce the risk of homelessness and social challenges in the future. When I was growing up here, I could go to the parks in Calexico and play freely. Sadly, that's not something I could feel comfortable letting my children do today. Some parks no longer feel safe or welcoming for families, yet they have become places where our homeless populations can stay. While I understand and respect the city's desire to help those individuals, we cannot lose sight of responsibility to protect and nurture our youth. If we continue taking space away from our children's programs and sports to make room for temporary solutions, we risk creating bigger problems down the line. By expanding youth sports opportunities and ensuring our parks are clean, safe, and accessible, we are building a prevention strategy, one that reduces future homelessness by giving our children hope, purpose, and community today. Meanwhile, our city parks remain limited to only a few sports, while other youth programs struggle to find space. We should not let politics or resource distribution limit the dreams and growth of our children. Our priority should be our families and residents, the people who live here, work here, and raise their children right here in the city. Let us use our parks to create more opportunities, not restrictions. Let's give every children a chance to discover their potential and respect our city and represent our city with pride. Thank you for your time and for listening to a parent who simply wants to see our children and our city grow stronger together. Thank you.
Melina Villarreal, Joshua Quiñones, Mario Sotomayor,
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time. I'd also like to speak in support of opening the park for the Calexico Little League. The children involved, for at least with T-ball, are ages 3 to 5. It's T-ball. The ball is placed on a tee, swings are light, and the field of play is very controlled. Using a park that is designed specifically for baseball is actually the safest option because it keeps balls contained within the field and away from nearby homes. That significantly reduces the risk of balls reaching houses or causing property damage compared to using open and residential areas. Currently, we're relying on a couple of school parks which are not designed for organized games and often do not have public restrooms. For children this young, that becomes a health and safety concern. A city park with usable restrooms allows for better supervision, safer conditions, and a more appropriate environment for families and kids. I'd also like to mention that this park has been built and available for many years, but remains largely unused. Rather than continuing to rely on school parks that are designed for organized recreation, this would allow the city to make productive use of an existing facility. This request isn't for just one T-ball team, it's for the league as a whole, which serves multiple teams and families in the community. Opening the park allows a broader group of children to safely participate in organized sports in a space that was created for that exact purpose. Regarding maintenance, this age group is has very minimal impact. Games are short, equipment is lightweight, and the level of play is low impact. We are committed to respecting the space and are open to following any scheduling or usage guidelines the city feels necessary to reduce wear and tear. Overall, it's a low impact, organized, and community-focused use of a park that already exists for this purpose. It provides a safer setting for kids, reducing risk to nearby homes, and offers proper facilities that school parks do not. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mario Sotomayor, 1248 Turquoise. I'm also here in support of opening Cordova Park. I know there's an RFP out for future of the park, but I don't understand why from now till that happens, why can't we use it? There's locks, not even the Little League, just regular citizens that are not involved in the league. They're not even able to use it if they want to. One day by myself with my kid, I want to go just hit the ball, and we can't. And I don't understand why lock it? Why not let us? I know the future might be different. I know there's potential of demolishing 1, 2, or 3 baseball fields, but until that happens, why not use it now? Like all the guys said already, Little League, we already do, maybe not all the maintenance, but we help clean the fields before and after the game. We delineate the fields, we sweep the fields. So I don't see why the city wouldn't allow the kids to play. And when it comes to safety, like Josh just mentioned, I know one of the concerns was kids hitting the ball out of the park and hitting, I don't know, cars or houses or whatever. Little League and 8U, if those kids are hitting balls outside the park, then we should definitely build a lot more parks. Those kids are not going to hit out of the park. Allowing those 3 fields for the younger teams, they open up the other fields for the bigger teams, if that's their worry too. And I know this is a problem you guys inherited. You didn't create it, but the resolution is going to be okay. Thank you.
Mariana Carrascosa, Michelle Ayala.
Good afternoon, Michelle Ayala, 1326 Garfield Street. Wasn't prepared for talking about it or anything, but I'm just here representing all of the parents for the Little League, for softball especially, because it seems that girls softball is not getting up in there, and we have the park really close to us, the transportation going to the water plant or Nosotros Park across the street, it takes time, and we just want the parks open till, like they say, you guys get a resolution. I understand it's has to do something with issues on your side, but for right now, since they're there, just for practice, not even for the games, just for practice and for them to be safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mariana Carrascosa Montaño. My address is 1103 Avenida de Oro. My family, I was born, raised here in the Valley. I went to school. I worked since 1999 here in Calexico. I graduated here in Calexico. I've been a member of society and the community and played sports here all my life. And the only thing I'm asking is for the Cordova Parks to open so that my daughter, her friends, and all the kids here can witness the Calexico I got to know. And that's about it. Thank you.
Samantha Encinas and Yolanda Cunningham.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm also very unexpected speech here, but I'm here. I'm a local coach for the softball Calexico Little League, and I'm sure you guys are hearing the same thing over and over repetitively, but it's truly something we need. The girls are stuck playing on the field, sharing something that's super unsafe. I got the opportunity to play here. My softball experience started here in water plant, I got the opportunity to leave the state and play out of state for softball. I came back to help out the community as well, to help them out and show them what a truly an experience is. Softball can provide for you to learn, to travel. It has a lot of discipline and learning opportunities. Truly a sport you think, would it really show you and make you learn so many things? But it really does, and our youth needs it. Not truly that they need it, but they have a chance to experience it, and we have to, we kind of want to provide the same way that I had the opportunity to have that experience of playing outside of the state and just starting here in Calexico in Little League. And truly, we want to help them out as much as possible and having them in the safe space. And that's about it. Please help us out. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yolanda Cunningham y vivo en el 1901. Bueno, pues aquí estamos, ¿verdad? Ni me ven como de seguro las personas, los papás, como la bruja, pero no importa. ¿Saben por qué? Porque muchos de estos papás están hablando de niños, que están rezagando a niños, que están dejando niños afuera. Eso es lo que quisiéramos también que ustedes entendieran. También hay muchos niños allá afuera que tienen deshabilidades, hay gente mayor que está caminando en ese parque y muchos de nuestros niños también no jugaron. Las personas que compramos originalmente esas casas sabemos que hay una cuestión ahí legal. Obviamente no estamos pidiendo que los padres lo entiendan porque es lógico que ellos están viendo una parte que es entendible y yo como mamá lo entiendo, pero legalmente hay otras cuestiones allí. Ese parque debe ser un parque, usted nos ha dicho, ustedes tres nos han comentado, los 5 de hecho, que quieren hacerlo mejor para los ciudadanos. Lo mejor para los ciudadanos es compartir ese parque, es hacer un parque comunitario. El señor Villegas ya dijo que ese parque no se puede abrir porque se requieren más de $500,000. Los niños siempre han jugado béisbol, tienen años, toda la vida jugando en esos campos. Qué bueno que los papás vinieron para que les pidan que les ayuden a arreglar esos campos. Pero el Parque Córdoba es otra cosa, nos está costando a las personas que vivimos allí, nos está costando dinero. Nosotros sabemos dónde está el dinero. Queremos ver un parque comunitario, queremos ver un parque compartido, porque allí hay niños también que los están dejando rezagados. Y la gente que conoce, que ha comprado esas casas, aquí se ha hablado del valor de las casas, nadie está hablando de eso, son cuestiones legales que no las vamos a entender. Por favor, les pedimos de veras que entiendan, aquí no se trata del que la gente que venga aquí, el que más grite o el que más exija, se trata de legalidad. Y por favor, les pido de veras que escuchen la cuestión legal, que escuchen al señor Villegas que ya dijo, no es un capricho, ese parque debe de estar bien terminado. Falta mucho estacionamiento, quisiera ver dónde se va a meter tanta gente. La gente que no vive alrededor, pues no le importa, porque no viven ahí. Nosotros a diario caminamos en ese parque, a diario. Y tenemos que exigir que se haga un parque para todos, no nada más para unos. Y ya están jugando en el distrito escolar, en varias escuelas. Yo vi niños jugando el otro día, de niños pequeños, pero también hay niños que quieren jugar básquetbol, hay niños que quieren jugar otro tipo de deportes, fútbol americano. Faltan espacios, la ciudad también tiene que resolver y que ayuden a los papás pues a arreglar las otras canchas también. Así es que por favor les pido, y ya sabemos que quienes no quieran arreglar, pero por favor les pido que hagan lo correcto.
Omar Ibarra, Miguel Solano.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I want to address the same issue about the park, Cordova Park. I just started coaching last season, something I'm fairly new to. But ever since I've been a part of it, it's a big issue having to share the parks with other teams. And coming spring season, it's a bigger team. We're having to share the parks with the baseball teams and the t-balls and softball. So it's a bigger hassle for the girls to have an opportunity to learn a new sport, to learn a new healthier lifestyle. Not only that, but we're teaching them discipline, something that we need for this youth, that I firmly believe. So we're here to, as you can see, all the community together to support that sport. And I get it with other parents might not agree with it, referring to other sports not having the opportunity, but the fields are they're already built. So I don't see the purpose of having those fields built and just standing there going to waste. I live nearby. I've seen over the years how they haven't been taken care of. Me, myself, I'll go walk, run around the park, and I see just the field just standing around, just going to waste. I mean, whether it's money involved or not, I mean, that's besides the point, but the kids are missing those opportunities to learn a new sport. For some of the little girls that are just learning the sport. So I'm here to ask you guys to please don't take that opportunity away from the girls. As like I heard right now when we said the Pledge of Allegiance, I heard the voice of the little girls and the little kids. I mean, to me, it's a great motivation to come out up here and speak up. You know, I'm not a big fan of talking in public, but for them, I'll do it. It's worth it. You know, and you guys have the power and authority to give us that chance, at least to use it for practice. We're not asking for much, maybe not for games. So I don't know you guys' regulations, but at least let us use it for practice, because not only as us as parents, but mainly for the kids, they're gonna benefit out of it. So like I said, give us the opportunity. We really thank you guys. You take into consideration. Thank you.
Buenas. Miguel Solano, 426 Rosemont. La neta, vivo en el centro. Así lo voy a decir. Me fui de aquí por unas cosas. Pero soy coach de Little League. Todos los días vengo voy de aquí, del trabajo, me voy para allá, vengo para atrás, hace train con los kids. No tengo hijos ya, tengo 16 años, están en el centro, jugando en high school. Lo que les quiero decir, ¿por qué no se abren los parques? ¿Por política? ¿Compraron votos? ¿Safety issue o qué onda? La neta, ni un parque está up to code, la verdad, ¿ok? Los faltan muchos parques con luces. Se ha hecho allocate mucho dinero para los parques y no se ha gastado el dinero, ¿ok? La neta, pónganse las pilas y si me cuesta mi jale, que me cueste, ¿ok? La neta, Villegas tiene un carro sin placas usando en city. Dump truck. Investigue eso. We're not even up to code on the vehicles. Safety first for City of Calexico, ahí estuvo.
Juan Cortés and Andrea López Maldonado.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Today is not just about opening the baseball field. It's about opening doors to opportunity, to teamwork, confidence, and healthier future for our kids. The future. For many kids, the field will be their first place to learn what it means to show up on time, to work hard, to support a teammate, and to keep on going after a strikeout. This season doesn't stay on the field. They carry in these classroom homes and eventually into the workplace in their community. Baseball teaches patience in a world which moves fast. It teaches discipline in a time full of distractions. The field represents more than grass and bases. It represents prevention. Even every hour a child spends here in an hour learning teamwork instead of trouble, confidence instead of doubt, and leadership instead of isolation. Strong youth programs don't just build better athletes, they build safer neighborhoods and stronger cities. We need our parks. Please open our parks. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm here. I was not prepared to speak, but after hearing the last statement from a person that referred to her as the witch, which is not a term we use, I was compelled to speak on behalf of our children. I have many years as an educator, as a citizen of Calexico. My address is 1221 Ecota Street. I also have a different residence, 1352 Jefferson Street, which is right by the park area. And I want to say that the need is there. I'm a person that sees this need in my job every single day. I mean, to the point where I get home and I'm in tears of the need that I see every single day in my profession. And it is unfortunate that, as other people mentioned, we are having to go to El Centro, and to other cities to allow our children to play. But we can selfishly think, well, I'm going to take my daughter to El Centro. I'm going to take her to Imperial. However, a large population of Calexico, parents do not have those resources. And it's really unfortunate that there's a field there sitting. And because in a prior statement it was said it's going to cost 500 and something thousand, it is ridiculous to not try to make it with a prettier term. It's ridiculous that we're thinking of saving $500,000, yet negating all of the other resources that were already spent. So if we're going to not open these fields because we're going to spend $500,000, we are turning a blind eye to everything else that has already been spent. Again, in my profession as an educator, extracurricular activities are extremely important to keep children out of trouble. We have a lot of gangs. We have a lot of students that end up in homelessness, that end up in drugs, and I can attest to the fact that these things can have a great impact in students. Not just coaches, but the environment that children get to build in this community. There's children that do not have anybody at home, in their home. They don't have actual parents. They're living with strangers, and this is a place for them to come and build community. Instead of feeling alone at school, they build friendships, and then they can go to school and not feel like they are alone anymore. So I ask that we please do remove politics from this and not listen to what 1, 20, or 30 people are saying that it's gonna impede on people that have disabilities or anything of that sort. Again, this is for 8U and T-ball. Nobody's going to be hitting home runs, and if they are, they should not be in that league. So I ask you to please consider this. We urge you, it's not for us. We can take our children to Imperial, to El Centro, anywhere else. We have the resources, but we shouldn't think of ourselves. We should think of everyone else in this community. Thank you.
The last general public comment was received via email from David Saunders, and you all have a copy.
Can I make a comment? I want to make a comment.
I'm sorry?
I want to make a comment. A comment. So, council, members of the public, our community, I'm so happy that you guys are out here. I'm not happy to sit up there as a council member. It's embarrassing that we can't get this right for you guys. And you called my name, I hope.
Council member, address us, please.
Because I was the only council member when we had that RFP item that asked to open the parks while that RFP was circulated so we could see what kind of an impact, if any, there would be. And I was booed, and that's fine. I'll get booed every time. But this is something that we collectively as a council need to figure out soon, regardless of the money. I'm tired of not having the hard conversations. It was supposed to come back. We haven't seen it come back. We need to get this done. And the community's out here. We need to change. Thanks.
Moving on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to just give a brief update on a couple items that staff will be bringing back in the near future. At the next City Council meeting of March 18th, Jesus and the Public Works Department, I think we all know how active they've been. So we're going to give a good update on park repairs, enhancements, encampment cleanups, retention basins, water plant improvements, and I'm sure several other things. So we look forward to that, Jesus. The Cordova Park RFP that was just mentioned does close March 6th. I just wanted to mention that. The Heber Park RFQ. So this is something the construction of a new Heber Park with the state grant is something that Jesus's department has been taking the lead on. So I'm hopeful that we will have an update on moving forward with that project on March 17th, City Council meeting. And just a little update, just a little hint on that one. It's to move forward. It's to move forward with the park, not delay it or we can do it. So we just need, there's just a lot of work involved, a lot of details, but it's something where staff is confident that we can move forward with. And then lastly, we have a lot of several exciting grant updates, but I can't make them public. So the people that are giving us the funding said it's ready to go, but you got to wait a little bit longer to make it public. But we have some exciting grants that I will make public hopefully again at this next meeting on February 18th. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Moving on to Commissioners' reports.
Good evening, Honorable Council, Mayor, City staff, and residents. Are reporting for the Community Services Commission report. First of all, there was no meeting held in January because there was work being done to the council chambers, and we were not able to host that meeting at any other facility due to the municipal code. Our next meeting will be held at the Nene Torres Council Chambers at 5 p.m. Wednesday, February 11th. So everyone is welcome to attend and voice any public concerns or updates that they might have. Some of the items for the next week's agenda is a possible farmers market in downtown, and that was brought forth by Commissioner Ramos. Adopt a park, review the program, that was brought up by Commissioner Ramos. Review summer aquatics program and budget, Commissioner Garcia and myself. The nonprofit 501c3 status, Friends of Calexico Parks and Recreation Foundation. You hear report by Commissioner Duron. Nosotros Rodriguez, we're going to bring that one back. That was for the January meeting. We're going to talk about the remaining ARPA funds, and that was brought forth by Commissioner Garcia. Also, information regarding the tree planting at Rodriguez and the Rise in Retention Basin. We're going to talk a little bit about that and thank Mr. Villegas for all those trees that they're currently planting. Again, I'd like to say thank you to the Public Works Department for cleaning up the tree debris at Heber Park. I was out there today. It looks wonderful. So our parks are starting to look nice. And just wanted to say that after hearing today public comments, it just inspires me as a commissioner to continue to do whatever I can or whatever our commissioners can do to make this thing a possibility, because after hearing everyone, the ones that matter are our kids. They're the ones that can't go to the ballot box. So we need to speak for them, and we need to get those kids out there, whether it's baseball, soccer, softball, whatever sport it is. Let's do something for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Council members, and Calexico community. My name is Stacy Holguin, and I'm a Library Board of Trustee. Sorry, and I will share our monthly activities report for January 2026. During the month of January 2026, the Camarena Memorial Library continued to serve as an important community space by providing educational, cultural, and recreational services to visitors of all ages. The following report summarizes the main activities and service carried out during this period. Throughout January, the library provided continuous public service, including assistance to visitors, guidance in the use of the library resources, and general customer support. Book circulation services were actively maintained, with regular lending on returning of materials to meet the needs of the community. Visitors were assessed in locating materials, checking out books, and returning items in an efficient and organized manner. The library offered academic support through homework assistance and tutoring sessions, where there's around 15 through 25 sessions per week. These services were designed to support students in their schoolwork and reinforce learning outside the classroom. The tutoring sessions provide personalized guidance, helping students improve their understanding in various subjects and develop better study habits. In addition, a reading club for students in 4th through 6th grade was held, encouraging literacy, reading comprehension, and group discussion in structured and engaging environment. This program aimed to foster a love of reading while training critical thinking and communication skills. Several enrichment activities were organized during the month to promote creativity and practical skills. These include painting classes, which allow participants to explore artistic expressions, cooking classes, which provide hands-on learning experience focused on basic culinary skills and teamwork. The library also hosts Teen Time, a dedicated space and program for teenagers to socialize, participate in activities, and engage with the library in a way that is relevant to their interests and age group. A special pajama party event was held during January, creating a fun and welcoming atmosphere for children and families. Over 100 children attended. This event encouraged community participation and strengthened the connection between the library and its younger visitors through recreational and literacy-focused activities. Also, the library received 19 classes from Calexico Elementaries. There was 471 students, and each student received a package with information, a book, a craft kit, and a library card. All activities and services offered during January contributed to the library's mission of supporting education, creativity, and community engagement. The month of January 2026 was marked by consistent public services, diverse educational programming, and meaningful community involvement. At the Camarena Memorial Library, these efforts reflect the library's ongoing commitment to providing accessible resources and enriching experience for the community. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Blanca Morales, I'm the bid chair. I wanted to make an announcement that on February the 12th, we'll be having our second bid meeting at 6 p.m. here at Nene Torres Council. Our topics that we have chosen is the Imperial Avenue businesses that are being affected by the traffic. And we also are going to discuss cleanup in downtown. And thank you, Carlos, for starting that up. Much appreciated. Trash cans downtown and also the facade of the improvements of the downtown empty buildings. Thank you.
That's it? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to City Council comments and reports of meetings attended. And before I do that, let's give a moment of silence. Daniel Gutierrez had just recently passed away a couple of days ago. A police commissioner, stakeholder for the city of Calexico. He's always, even at his age, he was still out there working with the people, with the community, with our first responders and with the public. So if we can give a moment of silence for Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you very much. So, proceeding with our council comments, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Well, good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. January 22nd, I attended the ICTC General Assembly, which featured several guests. Ana Fox from Caltrans Division 11 Director, Gome Ajis, Executive Director, Southern California Associate of Government, and David Aguirre, ICTC Executive Director. Many of the projects were discussed and the fundings for the Imperial County, but also a lot of them for the Calexico area. On January 26th, I attended a senior meeting along with Ms. Marquez, where many of the issues were discussed with these senior groups, and also planning a Valentine's party coming this February 13th. On January 28th, I attended an ICC meeting and many issues were discussed, but I will only address the case or the projects that were only for Calexico. As you all know, we have a transportation center that's being built on 3rd Street. Everything is going as planned. Due to some of the weather that we've had, this project was delayed for 30 days. It will be completed late April 2026. Also mentioned, ICTC is also going to be removing the sidewalk from the transportation center all the way to the port. So all the businesses that have a sidewalk on Rockwood Street will have a new sidewalk, and this is to help everyone that's coming from Mexicali to be able to get to that transportation center. Also, 2nd Street ends a bridge rehabilitation project. Caltrans is assisting ICTC in developing a project study report, which is a PASR, for submittal to the California Transportation Committee. The PSR acts as a design guidelines and primary design for this project. The design should be ready by early 2026. The Calexico Eastport Entry Transportation Center. ICTC will also be building a transportation center on the Eastport. Not as big as the one we have on 3rd Street, but something similar where this transportation center will serve as a transportation mode from those that are crossing the border to our downtown area, which I think that's going to open up a lot of traffic to all our businesses. And that should be, it's still in the works. They're still trying to get the property. The property will be the vacant lot that is all full of dirt right there on the Manville Street, and that's where this transportation center will be located. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon. Councilmember Marquez.
Good evening. Since our last meeting, I was able to attend the ICTC General Assembly with City Manager Martinez, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, and Mayor Legaspi. Also, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and Ms. Gerardo, we were able to meet with our senior community ad hoc, and we were able to move forward and provide them some of the services that they were asking for. So I'm very happy that we're able to work with our community alongside our city officials to give them what they deserve. Because to me, like I had mentioned before, seniors have very limited activities within the community, and they're very essential for their mental health and their well-being. I also was able to attend a special meeting in regards to border circulation. We were all there as well. I was able to attend ICTC Commissioners meeting along with Major Pro Tem Calderon. We also were able to attend a meeting to support relative services for public safety with the city manager, Chief Contreras, and Mayor Legaspi. And last but not least, I was able to attend the Library Commission's meeting I want to thank Ms. Legaspi for the outreach that she's doing, for the free books that she's supporting the little ones in our community, and also for providing those free lunches for them. Thank you. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Telenda?
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to talk about a couple things because it's a long night, but I had the opportunity to go to the Police, Traffic, and Code Enforcement Commissioners meeting. It was a great meeting. And by doing so, I would like to share with the rest of the council and management staff that I think we should look into making sure that at those meetings we have the chief. Oh, you're right, sorry, not this. The city attorney. I'm looking at you, but the city attorney there. It's evident that all the commissioners would benefit from Brown Act trainings, and also I'd like to know if we've shared with the commissioners what their zone or their sphere of influence is, because these are things that are important to make sure that they have the trainings, that they have legal counsel at the commission meetings, because in my opinion, I think it would have benefited from having legal counsel, maybe even city manager there. And because we need to empower our commissioners and give them all the tools that they need, because it is a very important commission. And so I'd like to see in the future that we have those tools there, either legal counsel, city manager. I think it's important to maybe even, provide them trainings. Well, obviously it is important to provide them trainings, but additional tools and resources because, just like we have legal counsel and the city manager, I know they have the chief. Chief is doing awesome. The commissioners are doing awesome, but I would have really liked to have seen that type of staffing there, because questions did come up where it would have been appropriate to have legal counsel. Been doing a lot of public outreach, and it's going really well. I hope that we collectively as a council can continue to move forward and do better for the community. So thanks, everyone. That's all I have to add.
Thank you, Councilmember Telenda. Councilmember Nurikumbo?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the request of many parents and families that came here tonight and spoke during public comment. I'm actually very happy that they came to speak because we had this happen last year when Little League started, and we didn't have our public works director here yet. We didn't have our city manager here yet. So I'm very happy that they came out here so that you can see why we've been trying to push for some resolution to this. Because I wish the people would have stayed longer, but for those that did stay, it's not about closing parks. Or keeping them closed. It's about balance and it's about safety. And just like there's, children that play baseball, like there was a comment, there's children that play basketball, there's children that play, that run track and field, that play soccer, that play American football. And the spaces are for everyone. I sent an email to the city manager, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, and I asked him during his public comment today, to let us know give us an update on Cordova Park and on Heber Park. And I specifically asked for I might have said, give us an update on all the parks because we know all the parks need repairs. But I did ask specifically for those two because I know that for those two, we're waiting for RFPs. So Cordova, we're waiting for an RFP. So I believe you said March 4th. We'd be getting them or seeing it, and then Heber Park would be March 17th. I believe that's what I heard. That's what I wrote down anyway. So it's very important because even if Heber Park doesn't have, or there's nothing for a baseball field there projected, it'll still have the space because I took notes of every single person that came up here to speak, and I heard a consensus of at least let us practice. at least let us practice. And there's a difference between an actual game and practice, because I played softball when I was young, and sometimes you're just throwing the ball back and forth, catching. You don't really need the diamond, you just need the space. And we need those spaces, and we need those spaces not just for Little League, but for every sport, every child, and even the ones that don't play sports, the ones that just want to hang out there and play around with their friends. Because every child matters, and not just the children, but the adults and also the homeowners that live around there. Because just because they're adults, it means they're not important anymore. So this is the urgency that we have. This is the urgency why, we bother you guys a lot sometimes and ask for deadlines and ask where things are at, because we need these things. And everything that everybody here said, that, children need activities, they do, 100%. And we need the spaces. So I'm glad that those RFPs are going to come in, and I hope that the council, as a consensus in the future, can give parks a priority so that all children have a space to play in. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ndukumbo. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and Police Commissioner Rangel, we attended a couple of traffic issues. Ms. Rangel was very busy that day. So, the issues out there with Imperial Avenue traffic flow and so forth. So we spoke to a business, and we also spoke to ICOE. Mike Castillo, reference to the school there at 900 Heber Avenue, trying to remedy both situations. It's going to be an ongoing thing until it is finalized. I had the opportunity to be invited to the Little League tryout, and it was great. It was awesome watching these kids practice, trying out. There was quite a bit of kids. There was about, close to 300 participants. I don't know if all 300 of them were there. And it was good to see the dedications of the coaches, the volunteers, and the youth having a great time out there. I attended the police commissioners meeting and handed out certificate to those who regarding to the night out and the cleanup event. And those that did not receive the certificates, then we, Commissioner Gonzalez and I, drove to businesses and places where these individuals were giving their certificates. Bid Commissioner Carlos Fonseca, ICTC Director David Aguirre, and Traffic Supervisor Leonora Minor and I took a tour of the ICTC transportation facility. It was nice to see. We were going to do a tour of the downtown area, and all of a sudden we saw David Aguirre, and we just grabbed him and let's do the tour. So it was an educational tour. We learned a lot on what's happening, and the fixtures of the sidewalks nearby is going to be fixed pretty soon, and I think it's only going to take a few weeks for them to fix it. So that's pretty exciting. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and myself met with Republic Services, Peter, visiting the downtown alleyways over there by the Jack in the Box area, and we are seeing a lot of the posted videos in reference to the filth and the smell and the trash that is happening along the alleyways. And that one tour, or the time we went there, it was clean. I mean, there was no boxes, and everything was picked up and so forth. And I don't know, a few hours later, I get a call from the Mayor Pro Tem Calderon telling me that it was a disarray. It went back to the way it was originally, and even worse. So we're trying to grab onto that, try to remedy that, and we're probably going to set up a meeting with BID and see how we can talk to downtown people. There's a lot of boxes out there, so I'm not too sure if it's coming from our business people out there. There was a lot of boxes all over the alleyways, and also there was feces and those other stuff out there that shouldn't be out there, and it was picked up that same day. I don't know if they went back to do their thing. And hopefully we'll get a power washing company. I've been sending you emails of multiple power washing companies that have been coming in, and so we can start cleaning the alleyways. I did a presentation at Vincent Memorial High School. I attended the library board meeting, and there is going to be future trainings, especially with the Brown Act and ethics and so forth for commissioners. So I know that our city attorney, I know that I believe the commissioners has received an email, so that is in the works. And that's all I have to report. Thank you very much. So moving along to the consent agenda items, call.
Sorry about that. I do have a question. I know that in the past, all of us up here at some point have requested department memos, and the types of projects that are going on, specifically what the departments are working on, outside of what's shared here. Will we be seeing that in the future? By any chance, City Manager?
I'd be happy to, why don't I put a discussion item to see exactly what you'd like. We did provide a kind of a newsletter, and I am providing now city manager reports, but we can talk about that in another session. Thank you.
Thanks.
Moving on to the consent agenda items, do we have any calls for public comments? Do we have a call for a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so a motion for approval was given by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, second by Councilmember Marquez. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to the discussion and potential items. Going to item number 6, accept and adopt City Council policy and handbook. Do we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This item was presented at the last meeting. We brought it back with mainly changes to page 7, which clarify that these items, as they are proposed by individual city council members on the form that's discussed in the policy, they would be put on the next council agenda. So I think I've clarified it with a lot of the word next in all the paragraphs on page 7. So again, the idea is that if any member of the city council wants to discuss an item, they'd submit the form by the deadline. It would go on the next council meeting where the merits of the item only would be discussed. If a majority of the council wants to proceed with that item, it would be then, depending on the nature of the item, it would be brought back on a future agenda. And that's where the city manager, of course, would have some leeway depending on the complication of the item. Is it something simple that can come back at the next agenda, like a brief informational report, or is it something more complicated? So we can discuss those items when they come back. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Call for any public comments?
None.
Thank you. Council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
I have no comments.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez.
No comment.
Councilmember Thalinda.
I do have a couple comments. A really interesting question came up was asked to me by a community member, and the question was, if they are interested in getting an item on the agenda, what would the process be? And I know other commissions have it, other cities have a section for, public requests. Is that something that we could incorporate in a way where we could kind of like, it mirrors the council request item. If someone from the public submits an item, an idea or something for the council that they want to share with us, have them fill out a request form, and then, create a similar process. Like, it doesn't have to have staff time, spent on it, but if they want us to hear their idea, give them a place. I don't know what you guys are thinking. That's one thing that was very interesting that I got asked. And the other one is on page, let me scroll there. It was what I brought up regarding the last time, the awards and recognitions. The language got changed. Before it read 45 days, and now it reads, policy adopted by the City Council on November 4th, 2020. But there's no policy attached, so I can't see the policy and what it says and what the parameters are to get an award or recognition on there. It's not included not even as an attachment in the staff report. So I don't feel comfortable, not having all the information. I would like to see that policy because it's not readily available on the internet or on the website either. So
I think regarding to the first comment that you made, that's something that we can look at. Right now, we're on the importance of having the Adopt the City Council Agenda Policy Handbook, and in reference to the 45 days, I think 45 days is a long time, but that's, I believe, that would be a different item that we can bring up. To changes of the policy.
It's important right now because we're voting on it right now, and it references this policy in the handbook that we're about to vote on, but it's not available for us to review. It's not an attachment. I don't know what that policy says. I don't have access to it, nor does the community have access to it. So what is it that I'm approving? It's not in there. So I don't know what it says. Because it said 45 days, and then when changes were made, now it says November 4th, 2020, reference that policy, but yet it's not in the handbook. So it's kind of important that if we're referencing a policy, that it's also included in the handbook because we're about to vote on this item. So I'd like to see that, and it's not here. That's my concern. It should be here. If we're referencing a policy that was adopted 6 years ago, it should be in this document that we're about to vote on.
Okay. Councilmember Narikumbo?
Yeah, that was one of the questions I had. I think there's no need to try and rush the agenda for approval, and because the last time we modified our agenda was 18 years ago. So we need to make sure that, everything is seen. The comment that Councilmember Thailenda mentioned was one of my questions. It references a policy and procedure of ceremonial document adopted in 2020, but I have no clue what that document says. So it could even say, instead of 45 days, it could say 60 days. I don't have a clue because it wasn't attached as an addendum. The other question I had about the agenda was that it still doesn't say, it does say that the council would view an item just to see if we're going to put it on the agenda and when. Oh no, it says the city manager will have the authority to say when, to put a date on it, unless the council says that it's like an emergency, so then they would set a date for it. Even so, I don't have any issue with the city manager obviously approving an item. I continue to have an issue with no deadline because, if the council doesn't say, hey, we want to see this in 3 months, what from the policy prevents a city manager to push it off for 6 months or 8 months? There's nothing there. I think that we should add maybe, aside from the city manager, authorize it to put a 60-day by default maybe, if 60, or we can discuss what day, but put a deadline, because I don't believe in working without deadlines. It's just, it leads to procrastination. We're human and sometimes we want to put things off. So deadlines work for me at least. I think we should have a default date. if the council doesn't say we would like to see this item in the next 30 days or in the next 60 days, that there should be some default date, no more than, I don't know, 90 days, but that it's not just left without a deadline. That's one of the issues that I had with it. The other one was that it says this agenda policy also applies to commissions. So if it applies to commissions, then who's going to approve the commission's agenda? Is it also going to be the city manager, or is it going to be the chair of the commission? Because it doesn't say that either. So it just says, you know, this policy applies to commission, so you would believe that it's verbatim. So according to what the agenda says, then the city manager would also have to approve all the commission's agendas. I would like to see, and this is just optional, but I would like to see, for safety reasons, there's a part where it talks about going to legal, you know, approval and stuff. I would like to see that just as a rule of thumb, or as a policy, that any agreement, regardless if it's a standard agreement, shall go through legal before it even gets on the agenda for discussion or action. Any agreement should go through legal. Even if it's 2 paragraphs, it should go through legal, because we're entering into something for years to come that could always mean very expensive lawsuits for us. Also, you do have a calendar for commission meetings, and although in the description of all the commissions, you have all 8 commissions, on the calendar, you are not, you don't have the CFD commission. And the CFD commission, I know that I'm the only one that's appointed someone so far, but it is a commission on the ordinance, and it deserves a spot on the calendar, regardless of there's a quorum or not. If there's no quorum yet, then you simply don't have the meeting. But if this is going to be a policy that may take another 18 years to renew, we should include that commission into the calendar. Those are my things. And then maybe when you bring it back up, if we decide not to approve it today, just kind of mark down the changes, because since I read it all over again, then I came up with new questions. So if you mark out the changes, what you changed, then that way I don't have to you know, ask more questions and prolong this more.
Yeah, it is missing some things. And then yeah, I'm just concerned with what that policy says, and I would like to see something included, because like the time is now, we're adopting the policy. If we could have a section for items requested by the public, something like that.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call for motions to table this, since I have 2 council members that have lots of questions on this for February the 4th, 2026, and hopefully with briefing we can try to remedy this and settle this for February the 18th. So I call for a motion to table this item and bring it back for February the 18th.
I'll second that.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yeah, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
No, and I'll tell you why. We all go through policy. Not
There's a
policy.
motion on the table.
No, but I want to explain.
When there's a motion, you
Well, I
have to
don't-
either
hold on,
retract
hold on.
it before
I
you
wanna-
have a discussion.
We
Then
all
it's
have
retract
agenda
the
review.
motion.
We should bring all these
City
issues
Attorney?
during agenda review. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, going on to item number 7, request to prioritize and relocate local transportation authority LTA funds for streets and infrastructure improvements in the downtown core around schools and surrounding churches, including light up downtown safety initiatives. A call for a staff report, please.
So this item was prepared by me, and it's just a discussion item to have the council collaborate, because at some point, I know that we've all expressed the desire to fix and improve our infrastructure. And we have LTA money currently just stagnant, sitting there. They're doing an audit right now. It should be done at the end of February. And more than likely, that audit is going to show that we have almost $18 million in LTA funds that can be used for local transportation initiatives. And one thing that in the past we've all stated is streets. When are we going to fix our streets? We were supposed to have an item on the agenda in December, and it got tabled without bringing it back regarding what currently existed in LTA projects where the money was allocated. And so the ask of this one is prioritize the use of local transportation authority funds received through the Imperial County Transportation Commission for street and alley improvements in the downtown core, road and pedestrian infrastructure improvements around churches and schools, and safety-related improvements for school children who walk from the border to nearby schools. So this is just to get the council brainstorming together in a public setting, because we have to do this ultimately together. We haven't had our priorities workshop, and that's just been, down and down, and I don't know when that will be brought before the council. Also, the goal of this item is to not only discuss, but maybe give direction to evaluate and have staff bring back existing eligible LTA funds and see if they can be more moved towards any priorities that we talk about or want explored. And also have staff see if LTA funds can be used to light up the alleyways in our downtown. There's a council member who wants to beautify downtown and has gone the extra step to even create, a Visit Calexico campaign. And I think that if we collaborate together, we can do much more. That's the whole point of the council, right? That's what I want to gauge where council is, what direction you guys want. Have you guys been driving the streets? And then kind of discuss that and give direction on how to move forward, because the money's been sitting there since 2012 and we haven't spent it. And we need to start investing that free, non-competitive money into our city. We need to get it done. Other cities, they get money from other grants, and they have a project before their council in 1 month. And I know staff here has worked on projects like that in other cities, and I want our city to get at that level. So that's all I have to share. I assume that you guys read through it. So that's all.
Thank you. Call for public comment.
Robert Granich.
I just wanted to express my full support for this effort that is being spearheaded by Lisa Talenda. I am a business owner in downtown Calexico, and obviously, I would love to have any kind of support from our local government in the downtown business district to improve business for everybody. But also, I've been a lifelong resident of Calexico, and I remember even when I was in high school, way long time ago, that a lot of residents from Calexico didn't visit Calexico anymore. And I get it. I understand why. We need to make these improvements so that the public, the residents of Calexico, have a reason to come into downtown Calexico, and for businesses from outside that choose to go to other cities, look at downtown Calexico, and they can see the potential that it really has. We have our own port of entry, for crying out loud. We're the gateway to the Americas. So I really want to express my support for this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Call for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Well, good evening again. And Mr. Granish, I agree with you. I agree with you that our downtown has been left up to just die. I understand that. But this council back in May of 2025, had already committed the LTA funding for improvements in the downtown. So there is already monies being invested. As a matter of fact, there's already contracts with people that are going to be paving streets. They're going to assess our lighting and so forth. I mean, there's more to it. And at this time, I mean, we already spent money. So we don't want to spend more money with something that's already on track. So we have a plan, and it's important to follow the plan. And at this point, I'll call on the expert, which is Mr. Villegas, who can explain to us what the plan is at this point.
Good evening to Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of the council members. I actually prepare a brief presentation to actually go over the funding we have and how they are being allocated. It's about a 7-minute presentation. If you want to see it, we can go over that one.
Yes, I think it's important because we've been asking for this for a long time.
Yeah, we are working on
that.
that.
Yeah, and it's that's why I asked for a department memo, because we don't know what staff's working on, and it's not shared with us. And so this item is to look at what you're doing and see if we should reallocate it to areas that are in dire need. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, administration, and those present. This presentation is regarding agenda item number 7, request to prioritize and reallocate local transportation LTA funds for street and infrastructure improvements in the downtown core, around schools, and surrounding churches, including a Light Up Downtown Safety Initiative. On April 16, 2025, per agenda item number 16, the Calexico City Council authorized the interim city manager to sign an agreement of professional services between the City of Calexico and Weston Associates Engineering for engineering services for the 2025 street improvement projects on designated street. The streets included in the task order proposed for the design services of the project were included in agenda item number 16 under Exhibit A. The minutes of April 16, 2025 of the City Council agenda show that a motion was made by Councilmember Calderon, second by Mayor Noricumbo, to approve item number 16 with no change orders. Motion was passed unanimously. This slide includes Exhibit A, which is the list of streets for rehabilitation that was included in agenda item number 16. In the next slide, you will find Exhibit B, which is the site plans of streets included in the street rehabilitation project detailed plans. Exhibit B, site plan, is broken down into 3 sections of Calexico. Section 1 is the northwest quadrant, Section 2 is the northeast quadrant, and Section 3 is the southeast quadrant. Engineer cost estimate for street improvement project. As of June 30th, 2025, the available LTA funding is $4,259,095. In addition, the City of Calexico also has the 2018 LTA bond proceeds of $2,951,905. The engineer cost estimate for Area 1, 2, 3, as per Exhibit B, is $23,569,000. If we were to calculate the existing revenue of $7,211,000 minus the engineer's cost estimate of $23,569, this project will have a negative balance of $16,358,000. As mentioned in the previous slide, the city currently has available funding of $7,211,000 for our street improvement project. If the city were to concentrate only in Area 3, which is downtown per Exhibit C, the engineer cost for that section would be $8.2 million. Therefore, if we calculate the $7,211,000 minus the $200,000, this project will have a negative balance of $989,000. The streets that are included in Area 3 are 2nd Street between Heber and Andrade, Rockwood Avenue between 6th Street and 2nd Street, Pauline Avenue between 6th Street and Highway 98, 3rd Street between Highway 111 and Heber Avenue. LTA funds and 2018 LTA bond proceeds, funding, allocation, and breakdown. The following slide represents the allocation and distribution per project of LTA funds and 2018 LTA bond proceeds. Table 1. Expenditures. Projects already under design, construction, or finalized where LTA funding is already committed. Table number 2. Recently federally or state-funded projects where a local match will be required. Table 3. Expenditures. Project already under design where LTA bond proceed is already committed. For fiscal year 25-26, the city has allocated $12,018,765 to the following projects: traffic control, 2nd Street Bridge widening over the New River, the 25-26 Street Overlay Project, paving alley project, 2nd Street Bridge over the All-American Canal, Cole Boulevard between ML King and Bowker Road, sidewalk improvements on Grant, Calexico, and Vandergraaf, Cole Boulevard between Scaroni Road and the railroad tracks. Projects recently awarded federal and state funds and will require a local match of Measure D funds that total $470,000. Cole Boulevard between Bowker Road and SR 98, Beach Avenue between Belcher and 2nd Street. For fiscal year 25-26, the city has allocated $2,951,905 for the 25-26 street overlay project. As you can see on Table 1, Table 2, and Table 3, the city has allocated a total of $15,440,670 from Measure D funds and LTA funds. In addition, the city will receive $5,475,442 of federal and state grants. So for fiscal year 25-26, the total of street improvement projects in the budget is $20,916,112. Project number 90-956 2025 Street Overlay Funding Breakdown. As you can see, the city only has $7,211,000 for the 2025-2026 Street Overlay Project. The current engineer's cost estimate is $23,569,000. Therefore, the city still needs $16,358,000 if the city would like to move forward with overlaying Area 1, 2, and 3. That concludes our presentation. If you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
So, can you put back and see how far you can zoom, because your presentation wasn't provided to us, so I can't zoom in on the streets, and nor do I remember them from the top of my head unless you want to read them.
No, we can go back on the presentation. Yeah, please. Yeah. And basically, since this wasn't my staff report, what we did is actually try to extract the information offered to you guys, and actually we can, and it's a good exercise because we can start from this report and we can go in deep to any of the projects you want to explore for
Slides the city currently has available.
That's as far as it zooms?
Yeah.
And that's the only slide? Because there was one with the other areas. So 1, 2, and 3. That's downtown?
That's more than downtown, but
Yeah.
the red is in downtown.
Yeah, basically, the way the streets were chosen is unknown to me. This is back on April. And there are three main areas. One is the northwest section of the city. One is the north side, and then downtown would be the one within the red square. So the cost estimate we received from the consultant, it's currently $23.5 million. If we want to move with all the streets chosen before, but since I hear that actually it's part of your report, try to focus just downtown. I did request Western Associates a cost estimate just for those roads near the downtown, and this when he came out with the $8.2 million. This
for
information
downtown?
is coming, it's coming straight from the consultant hired back in April. Basically, this is raw information, so not me doing anything. So what the plans are 90% completed. I already requested.
For all these areas?
Yes.
Oh, so the plans are ready
For
to
most,
go
yeah,
for...
for most of them, yes. I just asked the consultant, since the cost estimate is $20.5 million. We don't have that money. So it was kind of just a temporary decision to focus on one area and see what you guys want to do. And is that the reason to have this cost estimate for just downtown? Not necessarily we are going to do just downtown. We can actually make some kind of combination, but these numbers are giving you a sense of what the situation is. So we are obviously getting direction from you guys. So from here, you guys may decide, okay, just remove here, add there, but at least we know the initial exercise to get all these streets are over the available monies we have, because there are some additional, and this is just LTA. We are talking about LTA.
Yeah.
So say if we want to remove some segments and add others, we can, but we cannot go over the entire initial exercise unless we found another source of funding, which I didn't consider it at this time.
Yeah, no, well, the idea behind this was to have discussion to gauge what council's priorities are, because I would like to see us start using this and start doing projects. It says here that you guys have had the plans for 9 months, the design plans?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you had 'em for-
not 9 months, but basically, once I got on board to this.
Well,
shift-
no, but the plans have been sitting there for 9 months before you got here, because you haven't been here. When they were, it says right there.
Yeah,
that
I
it
mean,
came out
yeah,
in the summer.
yeah,
Yeah,
before
so it's
coming
been,
to the city, this consultant was hired to work on those. I'm not sure what happened before I was here, but since I've been here, I've been asking to make a progress on this one. I got a draft, we made some comments, sent them back, and then when I realized that the cost estimate was something unreal, I mean, that's my, I mean, the way I see it, I mean, we don't have more than $20 million for this. So let's focus on what is more important for the city. You guys are, I mean, our leaders, you are going to tell me what to do, but at least, and now, you can tell me. I mean, you guys can give us, or give the.
Well, yeah, I mean, we didn't have any of this information prior.
Oh, no,
We
yeah,
haven't had the presentation or priorities meeting, and the goal behind this item is to share information with the public, what's going on, what's not going on, where's the money going, what are the projects supposed to be, and what are the council's priorities? Because for me, I see that there's different options and we don't have enough money. And I would personally think that it would be in the city's best interest to fix a lot of the streets in downtown. I was driving there earlier today and I saw a guy in his wheelchair crossing towards the Hotel Dianza, and his wheelchair was just bumping across the street. I'm glad he made it across the street. I almost had to get off to help him cross the street.
Yeah, and
So-
yeah, sorry for interrupting you. In that called strongly my attention that 4th Street was not included, which is...
Yeah, and that's the
yeah.
thing. So
Yeah.
we had approved this, and time goes by. We're not given updates. We don't know the status. Plans were sitting there for 9 months as it came out. They were ready in the summer. They've been sitting there for 9 months. Nothing was done. But also, how did we get plans done on, leaving out streets that should have been in there, right? I know you weren't here, but it's important that this meeting, for priorities eventually happens, but right now we have this item to discuss with each other. And out of all the streets I see highlighted, we really need to focus on Rockwood all the way through. There's a complete sidewalk missing on 3rd Street between what is Pollen and Rockwood, where the old Donut Avenue is. And all those lots are vacant. They have so much potential for infill development. And I just find it very, it's frustrating that we can't get things done quick enough. I know it's not on you guys, but as a council member, and that's where this really comes from. And the discussion is really needed because we're seeing that these problem areas are not even included. And it's wild. So I don't know if anyone else has any comments or questions.
I do, but I'll wait my turn.
Sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Marquez, comments?
Well, if we are planning on concentrating most of this on the downtown, where are you gonna be taking away from? So my concern is that we're gonna be taking away from the residential areas that have been neglected for a long time. And I mean, we did approve this back in April, and I understand that nothing has been done, but my concern is that we're taking away from those residential areas to concentrate on downtown, and what's gonna happen there? Are we just gonna let it go to waste? What's gonna happen to the monies that we still need in order to fund this project? Those are my concerns when it comes to this project or reinventing this wheel.
Reallocating, but no, the goal of this discussion was to see what's going on, because we haven't been informed of anything. This hasn't been presented to the public. I'm very glad that it was formulated for this item. Like I said, it wasn't shared with council before or at all, just until right now. The goal isn't to take away from residential areas. The goal is to have a discussion and identify what is the best way to spend what little money we have and hear the public and what they think.
Because I am looking at item 16 from April 16th, 2025, and we do have an outline of the streets that were going to be worked on. I believe section 1 is Rainbow Park. And so
Aren't they different though? Isn't it different things?
it's
It's because what I understood, there was an addition, so we had a total, and then we had that approved, and then out of all of that, we had 4.259 million left, and then we're expecting 2.9 coming in, so now we're gonna have 7 million for this new thing. That's what I understood.
Yeah, the available funding is, $7.2 million is what is available.
Right, but what she's talking about, that's separate, right? That was already approved and allocated?
No. The money, I mean, all these streets were chosen to be improved using LTA funds, right? So, once the consultant began working on that one, or he's been working on designing the plans, I asked for a cost estimate, which is for me like the first thing you want to know. Do I have enough money? So the cost estimate came out to be over $20 million, almost $23.5 million. And then since I've been hearing about, okay, let's focus on downtown area, That's why this is just arbitrary. I just said, okay, let's focus here. How much money do I need? And then it's when I got this $8.2 million cost estimate. So basically, what the direction, I don't know. I'm just providing the info.
So, and easily to compare, that's probably more feet in length over there in Rainbow Park than over here, right? Easy, in comparison, you can look, and it's probably, that's way more feet of improvement that you have to do, so that's probably a higher cost estimate.
Different type of improvements, and actually, this project was given to the consultant. So basically, this consultant is working under private direction. So one of the ideas we have been discussing with Mr. Martinez is actually we might change a little bit the proposed improvement plans as they are trying to do it, and probably we can stretch a little bit more the available dollars. However, we don't have $23.5 million for the whole idea. Yeah, bottom line. So we have 7.2 LTA money, and you guys have to play with it.
And what happened to the other 11 million? I thought we had 18.
I think it's matched or allocated to other projects for matching.
Well, okay, the other monies are committed to other projects.
Yeah.
They're already committed.
Oh yes, definitely. In one of the slides, and
So
I prepared this because
it's just getting matched.
I tasked myself to do this as a good exercise, try to explain the situation. It wasn't my staff report. That's why I didn't share it. Actually, I just finished it like 2 hours ago. Because I said, you know what, if I try to explain with no numbers, with no graphics, it's tough to actually understand what's going on. So basically, and I can make a copy and actually share this. This is for you guys. You are actually working with this information, or you will be working with this information. But if you go to the tables, you can see exactly where the money is going.
Yeah, I saw.
And you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to play with $21 million.
Yeah.
However, for whatever reason, in the past, the monies were allocated and committed for different projects. And it's in the list.
I have a question. So in those projects, because there's more money and I don't see any projects happening, what phase are they in that have LTA monies allocated or committed to them?
In
The
that
other
phase?
projects. Yeah, like do we have designs? Are we going out?
Oh, no, yeah, what we have right now is, say, for this specific project is almost finishing the design phase. And we are going, we are anticipating to go into the bidding process by the end of March or sooner. However, say there's one project which is actually funded with LTA fund, which is the paving alleyways. Those are already done, and we are going to start construction pretty soon because the bid process is about to start for that one. Some more projects are completed. The Cole Boulevard from Martin Luther King Avenue to Boca Road, that's completed. In some monies from LTA were used for this project. So that money doesn't exist for practical purposes. Another project that is completed already is the one for the sidewalks. So the sidewalk improvement project for Grant Street, Calexico Street, and Van de Graaff is done. So that money had been already used. So we're good. I mean, we're making progress. It's not that the money is not being used. It's just that this project, which is a little bit aggressive from my point of view, needs to be, you know what, revised. Unless the additional money is available, which I don't believe in the short term.
And so you mean this entire project?
Yeah, the entire thing.
the entire project.
Yes, yeah.
So you're gonna eventually bring those plans to council after you do the RFP to see where we're gonna allocate the money again, or what are you gonna do?
No. I prefer to hear a direction from you guys. Do you want to get a stick with?
Can you put that map up with the 1, 2, 3 again? With the three options?
Yeah.
And then if you could let us know the dollar amount of each option?
Yeah.
No,
You don't have a breakdown?
I don't have the dollar amount per square or per section. I have the cost estimate for all three.
Which is like 23 million?
23.5, and then the cost estimate for downtown. So basically, we can subtract the numbers and get how much is supposed to be applied on segments or sections 1 and 2.
What are they, what sections are they, or I can't kind of visibly see what they are, like, one is what, Rainbow Park?
Rainbow Park.
Yeah, mainly the Rainbow Park.
And
Yeah,
two?
in the northwest area. This is it's a city map, so it's to scale.
And
So,
section 2?
the section 2 is north of, like the north section of the city. Yeah. And then section 3 is what we
The downtown?
consider downtown. And in the slide we were looking at before is actually showing what we can do with $8.2 million. So this is time to start playing with your money and your needs. You tell me what you want, and I'll do my.
So, Mr. Villegas, I have a question. This project here behind you, what is the total amount that we're spending on it?
$23.5 million if we want to do all of that. It's
And
the
we-
cost estimate from the consultant.
And we have that money at this point.
No.
So then,
Total
We have like
total
7
available is 7 point.
so which sections would cover the 7?
Right now, what I did just as an exercise is to focus downtown. Say, because, I mean, I don't know what the direction is going to be, but at least we have a sense of what we can do. So if we just focus on the downtown area, we need $8.2 million. So we're still got short because we have 7.2 and what we need is 8.2. So yeah, we can stretch out dollars and probably I can make some changes on the way the street will be improved. Yeah, I mean, I'm good on that one. I have done it before. But definitely the item approved back in April 2025, we don't have that money. We don't have that amount of money from LTA. It may come from someplace else, but it's not available at this time. So, I mean, we're here to do, I mean, I can make changes, I can add, remove, even we can make a reconsideration of some streets, relocate the target streets. We can do some work, can be done in-house in collaboration with our consultant and say, okay, we decide to focus on these streets, you know, and then we can do some work in-house. We're fortunate to be able to do some design work. We have an RTK drone. We have a GPS, so we can expedite the process to get field information. I can do a draft design, making considerations and trying to do kind of a slightly different type of improvements, because the way this designer, the consultant is doing it is based on what he was told back in April. So obviously he's just following directions. But now, fortunately, City of Calexico has a more robust engineering division within Public Works Department, and we can definitely help to do some changes, stretch the dollars, and cover more area. But what it was in the original scope of work is unreal in this moment. I can do whatever you guys want. Just.
I have a question.
I have a question, and correct me if I'm wrong. This report started before you ever came on board.
Oh, definitely,
So-
yeah, in April.
And if I recall, all these streets that are 1 through 24 were based on, by Ms. Palomir, based on complaints from our citizens due to the condition of their streets in front of their homes, correct? Or am I wrong?
I'm not sure, I wasn't here.
Okay, well,
So,
that was one. And then, like, for instance, Rainbow Park, if you guys have gone through Rainbow Park, most of the streets are dirt. I mean, it's really bad, and I invite you to go to Rainbow Park and see the condition of what these streets are. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that Calexico has dirt streets. So I know it's important to bring life to our downtown, but also it's important to take care of our citizens, the ones that have us up here. And that's all I have to have. That's all.
How can we get a copy of the document that they have, or that he has,
of this document,
or the one that Councilmember
We can
Calderon
provide
has?
the staff report.
Download it.
Oh, you downloaded it? It was the agenda, the April 16th one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just download it.
From where? From
Mayor,
the
Council.
Sky?
I would like to see more information regarding, we don't have a pavement management system, so we don't know the true conditions of the street based off of this map. So in those pavement management systems, they tell you like which ones are in dire need of attention, and they grade the streets and they say, this needs this. So I would like to see something like that formulated so that we as a council collectively can decide what the best way is to spend these monies in these areas, because it's true. The residents need attention in their neighborhoods, but so does the downtown core. There's at least one street and one sidewalk that's completely dirt. The sidewalk on 3rd Street between Paulin and Rockwood, it's dirt. So there's sections that we need more information on, and I would like more information on, and a grading of what streets can, like, just, a small sample of what you would call, like, what, which one's most in need, and then we can base our decisions on that.
yeah, definitely the payment management system is a really powerful document because it's giving you that is data. So you're not guessing anymore.
Yeah, because this is
And I've
guessing,
been
because
advocating-
I've driven in Rainbow Park, and there are some streets that are really bad, so I'd like to see how we're going to grade them. And then we can make an evaluation and a decision based on that, because like I said, there is a segment of sidewalk completely gone on 3rd Street.
Yeah,
So-
and basically
Yeah, and the post office too.
Yeah, the
Oh,
pay-
Ollie Avenue. I almost lost a tire there, and that's really the whole reason for this discussion. It's not to take money away from any other sections. That's why it said reallocate, so we can talk about potentially doing that if there's areas that are not identified. And so those are my comments, and I'd like more
Yeah.
information and a ranking of the streets.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was late for this meeting. Obviously, the one in April 2025, I wasn't here. But doing the payment management system, which is the safest way to do it, is going to take a few months. It's not a report that is going to be here next week. But if that is something you want us to do, just give a direction. And
Well,
we can move on that direction.
I
as well.
wouldn't want to wait for a payment management system to go into place, because that can take over a year,
Oh,
if
definitely.
not longer. And I would like us to start spending money in improving either streets in Rainbow Park, or the streets on Ollie Avenue, or a street in downtown. I want not only the council, but the public to know how we're spending the money, how we're deciding to spend the money, how are we prioritizing these funds. So it's important, because we have, plans being done, and what are we gonna pick? We don't have enough money, so
Yeah,
it's good that we had this
definitely.
discussion.
An idea, and this is just a suggestion. Obviously, under your direction. Because I have been driving the target streets, so there are some that are better than the others. So what we can do is prepare a report of the worst sections in all three quadrants to not take away benefit from section 1 and 2, and try to balance all three. I can prepare the report, pictures, I mean everything. I just need direction.
Yeah.
And offer a cost estimate for an alternate configuration, and then you guys may be able to decide different sections, different, I don't know, procedures. Because why the consultant was directed to do a specific procedure, I don't know, it's unknown to me, but I know it's case by case. You can do a more work on some areas and different procedures. It could be a grinding overlay, or it could be just a chip seal. I mean, there are ways to do it, definitely. But yeah, I mean, I'm not changing anything. I'm just giving data, and you give me directions, and here we go.
All right.
May I?
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any, I know there's been, this is why it was so important that I've been stressing for the capital improvement workshop, because I know there's like 100 million somewhere else that we don't know where that's going. I mean, we don't know if it's money for the water plant or for anything else. So the reason why I ask is because maybe we can get all of these three things fixed with the other monies that are there. That's why, but we don't know. Just like this here, we've been, for months, we've been given information that there's $18 million there, and it turns out that there's only 7 point something left. Yeah. So that's why it's really important that we have these workshops, so that we're not wasting our time and, trying to help out and figure things out when we don't have that. But as far as direction, I mean, we can do it. We can do it now as long as something gets moving. I just want to see this getting moving. If we can have a vote, but I would, and I would like to say, as part of my thing, I understand residents are important, but the downtown is getting the new port of entry, and they're getting the new transit system, and it's also an investment that will be a return on our investment, because when you invest in commercial areas, you get new businesses coming in, and then we just found out that our sales taxes are dropping, our sales revenue. So for me, it's very important, and especially because it's the biggest eyesore in our city. The downtown area. So I mean, let's take a vote, and let's give direction, and let's get things moving.
Yeah, I do want to mention that every time we don't, look truly at the issue, what's really going on, and we formulate opinions that are more personal than professional, the city's put at risk. There's areas in downtown that we're lucky we haven't gotten sued on. When I saw that guy on his wheelchair today, he was literally hopping through the street as he was crossing it. I was just waiting for him to fall over because he was on the automated ones. That's embarrassing. The goal is never to take away, but we want to see something get done. So I really would like to see an evaluation from your department prioritizing the streets that are in most need, because some of them, it's identified here, but we don't truly know what grading they have, what conditions are they in. So it could have been identified. We don't even know who picked them, because that's how it just came before the council.
Yeah. I mean, public works department may.
Yeah. Well, any area. We can do a mix of different segments, the most needed segments. It is probably cheaper to focus in an area because you don't have to, right? So, but whatever, reduces the risk, because lots of things, especially streets, they create conditions where they put the city at risk for lawsuits, and we don't have insurance. We're a self-insured city. We have no JPIA. That means every time we get sued, we have to pay out of pocket. So that's important to remind everyone of.
Mayor, Council, I think, again, in summary, and I'm be very brief about this, Jesus inherited this. He's been working on it. I think he's going to work his magic. I think we're going to be able to stretch the dollars. I think the direction we need tonight is, do you want us to work in all 1, 2, 3 quadrants? If that's the direction, with that direction, we can come back with a more detailed report and options to move forward, obviously taking into consideration the most deteriorated streets, so, and safety factors, et cetera. So if we can get that direction tonight, we can come back with a more detailed report.
Well, if there's nothing else, I would like to motion to focus the remainder of the LTA funds into downtown.
Mayor Legaspi, we have another public comment.
Okay.
Carla Ibarra.
Good afternoon, Councilman, Mayor. I am concerned, thank you for the presentation. The bottom line is this is a very vague presentation. We deserve something better. It was not posted on the website other than the previous meeting, which is just a bunch of words. This was not posted. We cannot see it. We can make decisions. We can help you. We can support you. But how are we going to support you if we have none of the information given to us? This is very vague. This is not a presentation. I want you to realize that we're not stupid. This is nothing. We deserve more. Thank you again, Mr. Villegas, for presenting that, but that's nothing. That's just a piece of paper that has some streets on it. It doesn't have numbers. So we would like to have been told, these are the numbers that we spent. If we had 18 million, where did they go? And now let's go down the line and say, okay, we can probably spend this amount in a certain amount of streets. Maybe a cost of a street is $1.2 million. Maybe a cost of a street is 2.2. Some big number. To give us the presentation where it tells you, like Mr. Calderon said, the streets are in worse condition. Probably we should prioritize in that. But if you give the information to the whole city, they would be there for you and they would understand what you're talking about. But nobody knows any of this. So could you please just make your staff a little bit, aware that we're there too and that we're paying for this? Now, Ms. Falomir has been working on this probably, like you said, for a while. It could have been online. Like, I don't know how long it's been there, but we need to be informed. That's all I needed to say. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I just want to make clear that it wasn't something that was brought by staff. It's been something that's been requested many times for a while by council. And so the goal of this was to have a discussion, to share what information that we have, and then more information came out that we haven't gotten. So, and the goal is to just talk and see what the rest of the council wants. That's all I would like to do, so we can do priorities, because we have not had our priorities workshop. There's no date for it, and we have money sitting there that we thought, because I contacted ICTC and they told me that they were going into the audit, and they gave me numbers around 15 million, but now we're learning that some of that money has been committed to other projects that either are done in the process of. So that's where we're at, to give direction on what the next steps are, so everybody can be included, and so everyone can see how your council is prioritizing using this money for transportation.
Okay, so I still motion to, we're trying to see what we're going to focus these monies on, and I still want to continue with my motion to give direction, to refocus and see what we can build downtown with the money that we have left over, so that we're consistent with the rest of the projects that are going on downtown, with the port of entry, with the transportation center. And so, and it'll kill a lot of birds with one stone to get the downtown done. So my motion is to focus the remainder of the LTA funds into the downtown, and then you can bring us in the near future a more detailed presentation of what you're trying to fix in the downtown area with those funds. That's my motion.
I second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, We have a motion on the table, the remainder of the LTA funds, information regarding to that matter. Roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
No.
Councilmember Marquez,
No.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo,
Yes.
motion failed.
Okay, going on to item number 8. Strategic reductions of planning and building permit fees to encourage legal constructions, support economic development, enhance safety, and offset cumulative cost burdens, including high school impact fees. Do we have a staff report?
Yeah, so I've been asking for this item for quite a while. I spoke with staff, and I know that staff had prepared a comparison to other jurisdictions for permit fees, planning and building. And so the goal of this item, again, is discussion, to see what the council wants to do in terms of helping incentivize the community to obtain planning and building permit, support economic development, enhance safety, offset those high school impact fees, because we have the highest school impact fees. They're $12.17 a square foot, and that kills development in essence, but it also does not incentivize residents to come pull permits. So we have a leakage. So people are doing illegal constructions on the weekends because they know we don't have code enforcement out there. So the idea behind this is to discuss and maybe give staff direction to do a comparison between other jurisdictions and see if our permitting fees are competitive, or if we should reduce them and align them with neighboring jurisdictions. So the ask here is, would council like to direct staff to prepare and return with an updated planning and building fee schedule aligned with neighboring jurisdictions? Like I said, the school fees have really killed development. They've been like that for 10 years and counting, if not more. They've been historically the highest in all the valley. Last year, we saw a reduction during election time. They were reduced, and then they got brought back up to $12.17 a square foot. And, you know, in essence, in theory, you know, doing fee schedule alignment with neighboring jurisdictions will make us more competitive and incentivize the community and the residents to come get their permits, and also help where the burden is of the unified school district's impact fees. A lot of that kills a lot of mom and pops doing their ADUs, their JADUs, accessory dwelling units, junior accessory dwelling units, and it also has an impact on our city's revenues. Right now, we were just shared that our revenues from sales tax aren't even increasing by 1%. That's crazy. We're not growing. We're not growing. That's the truth. So anyway, that's the ask for council to collaborate, see if we give staff direction, and do the process in-house, which is really quick and easy. It's just a comparison with neighboring cities. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Juan Moran.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, public. My name is Juan Moran, 5 Vega Street, and I rise in strong support of Agenda Item 8, the strategic reduction of planning and building permit fees. This item is not just about lowering costs, it is about aligning our policies with the realities facing Calexico's residents, property owners, and small businesses. It encourages legal construction, strengthens public safety, and ensures that our economic development tools actually work for the people who live and invest here. Right now, the cumulative cost of building in Calexico is pushing too many residents toward unpermitted work. When the fees are disproportionately high, people don't stop building. They stop building legally. That creates unsafe conditions, undermines code and compliance, and increases the city's liability. A strategic reduction is a responsible way to reverse that trend. This policy also recognizes the reality of stacked fees, including the significant high school impact fees that property owners must pay before a single shovel hits the ground. When you add those impact fees to existing permit costs, that total becomes a barrier, not just to development, but to basic improvements that keep homes safe and habitable. Reducing city-level fees is one of the few levers that you actually have or directly control, and using it wisely will help offset the cumulative burden residents are carrying. Lower, more reasonable fees also support economic development. Every legal project, whether a room addition, a small commercial upgrade, or a new housing unit, creates work for local contractors, suppliers, and tradespeople. It keeps money circulating inside our community instead of driving investment elsewhere. When the city signals that it welcomes legal construction, it strengthens the entire local economy. I also want to acknowledge staff for bringing this forward. Updating fee schedule is not glamorous work, but it is essential work. It requires analysis, comparison, and a willingness to adjust long-standing practices. This update shows responsiveness to the community and a commitment to making our processes more reasonable. And finally, this item supports a government that is responsive, transparent, and service-oriented. A fee structure that encourages compliance rather than punishes participation helps rebuild trust between residents and City Hall. For these reasons, safety, economic development, fairness, and long-term compliance, I respectfully urge the Council to adopt Agenda Item 8. This is a practical, balanced step toward making Calexico a place where legal construction is accessible, development is encouraged, and residents feel supported by their local government. Thank you for your time. And I would like to enter this into the
Mayor, may I say something?
Yes.
Thank you. I do want to add that, as an example, the city of Imperial has lower fees than our city, and they're growing like crazy. And we don't have the same permitting fees as them, and we have higher school fees than their school district. And because of that, we need to identify ways to work with the conditions or the cards that we've been dealt. And I know that staff commented on adding some engineering fees or potentially. So the ask here is to give direction to staff to prepare an in-house, small-scale study with neighboring cities so that we can be competitive and we can get that development here and help offset those school fees that are $12.17 a square foot right now, and they've been like that for all these years. Thanks, that's all I wanted to add.
Any other public comments?
Yes, Robert Granich.
I'd like to echo exactly what Mr. Moran just presented today. I just want some clarity. These fees, are these just for residential developments or also commercial developments?
The goal would be across the board, so
Across the
planning
board.
and building permit fees, yeah.
Okay.
So for them to be competitive with neighboring cities, yeah.
Okay.
That would be the ask, at least from my vision, would
Yeah.
be across the board.
Okay, so I think all of us here have heard from somebody that Calexico has a very anti-business reputation. And that is very true. Because I have heard it from people who are considering coming into Calexico, not just downtown, just into Calexico, period. But they all claim that they run up against a lot of obstacles versus other cities. And if these fees, these high fees are a barrier, then we're never gonna grow. we're never going to expand our tax base. We're going to keep losing our youth to other cities because Calexico doesn't offer any opportunities, any growth, any new businesses, any places to go shop. We're going to continue to lose residents, and we're going to continue to lose people, youth who go out and they study somewhere else. They don't want to come back. And it does start with inviting and economic development, and that starts with providing a friendly business approach. If we're having these very high fees, we're never going to get out of this hole. Why is it that I drive to other cities, to El Centro, other cities, and I see these beautiful developments of condos and apartments and this and that, and we have all this land, all this vacant land in here in Calexico? Why, and it's just not this council. This has been our history. When is that cycle going to be broken? When is the council going to be more business friendly? Because that is an investment in the long term. That's all I have to say.
No more comments? Okay. Call for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Granis, you're correct. This item addresses many of the concerns that the cities deal with on a daily basis. The core of this problem is that this city has not had a fee study since 2009. So we're behind the 8 ball. And you know what brings this back? I learned in the ICTC meeting that every city, Calapat of all, and nothing against Calapat, they're building 179 single-family homes. 179. El Centro's building 1,088 houses in El Centro. And I know that. But let me tell you, impact fees have not been changed since 2006. User fees since 2009. And this goes back many, many years. What the city needs is a fee study, but that's a lot of money. It's in the $60,000, $80,000 to commit one. But I know that individual is, sorry, my point, but Mr. Coyne gave us a proposal back in May of 2025. And it was tabled and it was never brought back. Because he actually sat down and compared fees from other cities and made ours equivalent, if not the same as the other cities. So we have a plan. So what I'm getting at is that we don't have the money to conduct a fee study. But I am recommending that we have a lot of experts here. We should conduct an ad hoc committee and give us, we have commissioners that can give us recommendations. We don't have the money because it's going to take some time. And it takes actually a year to implement a fee study. But you're right, we need to get on it right away. And we need a plan. Because if we're going to lower our fees, guess what? We're lowering our revenue too. So we have to ensure that what we do will not affect us in the future. So it's important that we get all these steps before we make these decisions. And I know, Mr. Coyne, I have his proposal, but it was tabled, never brought back. And again, we need a comprehensive study because, like you said, everybody else is getting the business and Calexico is not. And as far as the customer service, I think we're at that stage that we have improved it. If not, then there's the city manager. Please forward all the complaints to him. But right now, what's important is make sure that this city is physically stable, not next year, but 5 years from now. Because I don't want to be the one that has to tell staff that we're going to have to lay them off. Furthermore, our first responders, we're not at capacity. Police department only has 20 officers when we should be having 36. Fire department, the same way. So where are we at with this? But we don't have a plan. So with that said, that's all my comments, and again, thank you.
Councilmember Marcus.
So going back to May 21st, 2025, item 18, that was the report that was brought to us by Mr. Coyne. And if we really want to go ahead and change those fees, then let's go ahead and bring that back and vote on that. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Talenda.
Oh, I have a lot of comments. So in 2018, I worked at the City of Imperial, and I updated all their fees for planning, building, and engineering in-house, real quick. They're still using the fees that I created, and that city is growing exponentially. Just look north. With that said, we had given staff direction when Mr. Rick Daniels was employed here, and staff was to prepare the comparison aligned with neighboring cities. That never got brought back. You do not need a fee study. You do not need to pay a consultant to do the fee study. That's a waste of money. It can be done in-house, and I know it because I've done it, and they're still using my fees, and they're growing like crazy. And I further, just to toot my horn, I got interviewed by the LA Times regarding the exponential growth in Imperial, and it's the low permit fees. And we didn't hire a consultant. I did them in-house. And just look north. That's a product of my work. So a fee study will only show to increase fees. That's what they do every time, and it's a waste of money. You do a fee study, the fee study is going to tell you increase your fees. And then, so one, we waste money on preparing the fee. We waste money and time preparing fee studies, and the city still continues to not grow. And it's just common sense. That can be done really quick, like overnight. And it's not hard. We have an expert here who can do it, who was directed to do it when Mr. Rick Daniels was here. So a fee study is unnecessary, and we don't need to use that money to pay someone when it can be done really easily in-house. Like I said, I've done it, and just look north. That's a product of my work. Yeah. The item that you're talking about was tabled. Good thing it was tabled, because that would have been a waste of money. And this item is to give staff direction to prepare fees that are competitive with neighboring cities. We have the highest school fees. It's killing the growth of Calexico. And we have high permit fees. We have nothing offsetting each other, and we're not thinking about our residents, because it makes it, when I worked here at the City of Calexico, I had countless community members that I had to tell, I'm sorry, I cannot release your building permit. My daughter has cancer. I can't afford the school fees. I'm sorry, you cannot build your ADU so you can put her hospital equipment in there. I had to turn cancer patient parents away. And I have council members here saying, let's spend money on a fee study, when we have an expert who went to Harvard working for us, who can prepare this comparative study really quick. And I have all the faith in his abilities. And it's common sense, and it's shameful that these items are just being nitpicked because it comes from me. It's not supposed to be political. It's supposed to be professional, and it's supposed to be what is in the best interest of our community. That's all I have to say.
Let me remind you.
It's not your turn. It's not your turn.
The best interest of the city.
It is.
Can I have?
It is.
And let me,
It's a
just
great
for
idea.
history.
Hold on.
It's a great idea.
Just for history,
Hold on.
Calexico has temporarily lowered their fees.
Hold on.
That's not-
Let Councilmember
And I don't see any
Notacombo
developers coming in.
They were.
continue. Councilmember Notacombo, please.
All I'm seeing here are excuses. Excuses to not do things. And I'm seeing people who speak like they know what they're talking about, like if they were business owners, and they're not. And you claim to say that you're for business, you're for downtown, and then we put things up here on the agenda. We do them because you don't, and you just vote them out. Well, I want to see you taking pictures again downtown. I want to see you dare and take pictures downtown. The fees. Nobody needs to get a study. In the private sector, there's something called benchmarking. And you just go and you find out what your competition is doing. And they already have set prices that are working for them, because clearly they're not declaring themselves in bankruptcy. All we have to do, and all we've been asking for, is get the comparative fees in our neighboring cities and start with those. And if we have to tweak them, then let's tweak them. But for you to hold this for a whole year, because you did this since last time, that we had to go for a study. We don't have to go for a study. Stop holding progress, and stop saying that you're for progress and you're for business when you're not.
Is it my turn? Okay. I do agree with everyone here. One of the things that I'm not really, and I'm going to make a motion to table this, and this is the reason why. The high fee discourage legal permitting and promoting unpermitted work undermining safety electrical standards. What I would like for Councilmember Lisa Talanda is to work with Michael Coyne. Just to make sure that, because I know Michael brought this up, and he was kind of chastised that he was wrong by one of our council members. He did a very good job, and he compared the studies. So I would like to table this. I want you to work with him.
I don't need to work with him. It's for us to give the direction for him to do his job. That's not my job.
So,
my job is to present ideas and policies. But I can do the fee study entirely for the city if that's what you guys want. I'll have it for you next week, real quick. But it's his job to do it.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and table this.
Before you table that,
I'd like a date as to when we're gonna have it brought back, and
February the 18th.
the February 18th. Okay.
So what are you tabling? That's what we're asking for it to go to him
Yeah, it's
to
just
bring
going to
the
discussion
bring the
for him to
amount.
come
So why are you tabling
bring back
it?
the information?
Yeah, but I don't like some of the things has been placed, like discourage legal permitting and promote unpermitted work, undermining safety electoral standards. So we're going to allow illegal.
No,
That's what you have written there.
No,
That's what it's in
information.
writing.
It's not to. It's to discourage illegal work.
discourage that.
And
That's not how I read it.
No, that's information. And maybe that's not how you read it. I'm not going to go open the thing. The ask here is to give direction to staff to come back and provide us with information on how we can have more competitive fees. It's not changing a permitting process. We're governed by the California Building Code. We can't permit all those types of things. We have to go by the California Building Code along with our own ordinances. The ask here is to give direction to bring back a fee study with neighboring cities. That's it. So, but however you'd like, if that's not clear, we can wait
I think
for
you
more
should clear up what he's not understanding, because that's the complete opposite of what this request is.
Yeah,
It's
I
this
would never
request
ask
is
to do
to lower the
unpermitted
fee, to have in-house, so that we don't have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for a study, to have it done in-house by our planning director, who's a Harvard graduate, who can do it in a heartbeat, and bring in a study, bring in some fees, a proposal of fees, so that people are not going out and doing these illegal constructions that are causing fires. Half of Calexico is burned down. People are not coming and paying the fees because they're so expensive. So they're doing chicanadas, and we're having homes and buildings burnt down. So we need to make these fees accessible like every other city.
Yeah.
That's what this is about.
Can I read that section? So
Mayor,
it's compliance and safety.
Excuse me,
impact.
can we have a motion to go past 9:30?
So moved.
Yeah, I'll have a motion to go past 9:30.
May I
Yes.
clarify? So in that section, it's page 2. It says compliance and safety impacts, high fees discourage legal permitting and promote, sorry, well, that's a typo, promote permitted work, undermining life safety, electrical standards, structural integrity, fire safety, and zoning compliance. So this is just a background. Lowering fees increases inspection coverage and improves safety outcomes. So that's part of the analysis. So that's a typo.
Mayor, I heard that there was a motion to go past 9:30, but
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't hear a second or a vote.
Okay.
Yes, what, 10:30?
Yeah, 10:30. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Who second?
Oh,
I did. I don't know,
You did the motion.
first.
I
okay,
need
do I have a second?
I second.
Okay.
Mayor
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon first, and Councilmember Adriana Marquez had second the motion.
Mayor Legaspi. We're on roll call.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda.
Yep.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay,
I also have another public comment.
go ahead.
Carla Ibarra.
Good afternoon, Council. Again, we would love to see this in our Commission from the Economic Development. One of the things that is so true, we should do this all together. The truth of the fact is that some of the people that are here are business owners, and one of the things that every business owner knows is that to start a business, they need to be incentivized. So we need to give them, if you ask any business owner, one of the deals that they have with their renter is usually the rent is a triple net, and that's a lot of money. So they're usually the incentive that they get is at least 1 year free, 6 months free. That's a lot of money. If you consider that some of these businesses are $10,000 rent monthly. So us doing a little bit of incentivizing so that we can plan for a 10, 30-year revenue for our city is nothing. So we should think of some areas where we should look into, but don't give it up. Please think about it, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Kwan will be in agreement with that, and we can work with him. We've been trying to have meetings ever since November, and they have been not available, but hopefully they make time for this month, and we will be glad to look into this if you would like. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Public comments? Okay, this is the part where I read. Reduce high fee, discourage legal permitting, and promote unpermitted work. That's what.
Where? Can you tell me?
Yeah, issues and analysis, compliance and safety impact. High fees discourage legal permitting.
Oh, sorry.
That's what threw me off.
Yeah, high fees.
I want to remind
Yeah.
the members of the public, if you want to speak, you can fill out the form and come up to the podium, please.
For example, if you have to pay $12.17 to the school district, that's a high fee. It doesn't encourage you to go get a permit legally. It encourages you to do work on the weekend without anyone seeing and not go get the permits and not pay either the school district or the city for a building permit. So that's what that phrase is. High fees discourage legal permitting. We want people to come get a permit because that's how we get money. I hope that clears that up.
Okay, so do I have a,
I motion to have our in-house building and planning director to work on this fee study and bring something back. We can maybe do 30, 60 days, and he could work with our finance commission on this so that we don't table this for another year.
Councilmember, I want to clarify your motion only applies to planning and building permit fees. It's not a fee study of all the fees. It's
Yes.
only to those
Right.
specific fees.
Right. Anything is better than nothing.
Yeah, because our
what's the
engineering
motion
fees are
again?
really high, and the business licenses are super high too.
To bring, the motion is to have an in-house proposal done by our planning and building director, and in conjunction with our Finance and Economic Development Commission, to bring a proposal for the building and permits, right? That's what it is. To bring it back to the council, I don't know, within 30 days?
Well, they have to have a meeting, so.
Or 60 days? I don't know.
60 days. Do you have a meeting soon?
If we present it before the Financial Advisory Commission, and I would include the engineering fees as well, because those are developed.
Yeah,
part of
so
the
we
development
can't include the engineering fees since it's only the planning and
So-
building permit fees that were included in the items.
So I'm sorry. I tabled it. So you're.
You didn't have a second.
Okay.
I'm not talking to you.
Please.
So
please,
let's
come on.
yes,
Well,
let's
I'm talking to you, Mayor. I'm not talking to the other person.
Please.
So I want to step in and clarify. So the mayor had made a motion to table. There wasn't any second. At least I believe the sitting clerk or myself did not hear a second. And then there was a substitute motion by Councilmember Nuricumbo to direct staff to bring back a planning and building permit fee study conducted by the staff.
Okay.
And there's no second.
Okay, so
Can I second it?
So I have a question for the, so
There's a
based on the
motion and a
fact.
second.
Oh,
Yeah, second.
There's a motion and a second.
I haven't heard the
I
second.
have a question.
I said I second.
I can ask questions?
okay, so we.
My only question to the attorney is, based on how it's written on the item, can we still do that?
Yes.
Because we're changing the scope here.
No, we're not changing the scope. We're only making a motion to bring back, directing staff to bring back a fee study that only applies to planning and building permit fees and nothing else.
Okay. Roll call. Madam Clerk?
Was there a time frame?
60 days.
Yeah,
My
60
motion was
but
60
can you
days.
give a date please, for the meeting? So April 1st, April Fool's Day?
Well, let's ask the expert from Harvard. Can
What,
you do it?
is that enough for you? Just comparative aligned with other jurisdictions, real simple. Is that enough time for you? Yeah, April 1st?
Direction is clear, that it's just planning and building fees, and no engineering fees. So
And working with economic development, correct?
one of the main complaints has been on the engineering fees, so.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, roll call?
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez, Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Going on to item number 8, strategic. Going on to item number 9. Been on it for a while. Special public safety tax, detailed expenditure plan, and council
Yeah.
action request. Do I have a staff report?
Yeah. Give me a second. I have a whole bunch of tabs. I'm still learning how to use this thing. Oh, here we go. So I know that all the council members are very passionate about public safety, so fire and police department. And historically, we inherited Measure H, which was a tax, a sales tax, not a special sales tax. The difference between a special sales tax and a regular sales tax is the fact that one's restricted and the other one's not. So once Measure H was passed historically, when it was campaigned, it was supposed to go to police and fire, and it's just been mixed up across the board because it was not a restricted sales tax. So it just goes in the general fund, and there's nothing that protects that money from not going to what it was supposed to go to when it was campaigned for. So a special tax would restrict, a special sales tax would restrict those sales tax that come to the city for the departments which the council identifies to allocate that money to. In this case, this ask is a special public safety sales tax, and the request to us council members is to either approve this one as it is or discuss, which I personally would like to discuss further. But I want to get the discussion started with our staff and understand their needs, because there's a ton of stuff that those department needs. We need so much personnel, equipment, infrastructure. So the idea behind this is that it would be restricted, the special sales tax would be restricted for police and fire services. The ask here is to discuss, direct staff to commence necessary steps required to place this type of measure in the November 2026 ballot. It requires legal analysis, ordinance preparation, fiscal impact and revenue projections, public outreach, education planning, coordination with, the county register, preparation of ballot language. So the idea here is to ask if council would like to direct staff to begin the special tax process, public outreach, working with the departments to identify their needs and how we're going to formulate the special tax and how the money is going to be divvied up between the departments and what it's going to be used for. Because if we're going to go with the idea, just the idea of imposing an additional amount to our existing sales tax, because Measure H doesn't sunset until I believe 2030, correct me if I'm wrong, and then it would go away, but this would be a little bit of an addition to that to the sales tax that's currently in existence. And then once Measure H sunsets, well, it's a reduction in theory. But we need to find solutions to help the most. All the departments are extremely important, but the ones that provide a lot of services and really need a lot of attention to grow. We want to focus on safety in the city. I would love to see more police officers, especially dedicated for downtown, because we have a lot of issues. There's feces on the ground, and we have people all over homeless. The homeless issue with that ordinance that we voted on months ago hasn't been effective, but we need more staff, and it's not just for downtown, but for the entire city. So that's where this ask is coming from, so we can all work together and see if this is something that we want to propose to our public, and see if it'll help our departments. So that's where this comes from. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, can I have any comments allowed from our chiefs? Can I get a comment from them?
Yes, yes, sir, thank you.
Before the public comment. Flip a coin.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Temp. I have a mic. So obviously, this isn't something new. Other cities are doing it. Brawley, that was one of their biggest catapults for their public safety. 2019, they started working on Measure J, and it's an exclusive tax that's for public safety. Of course, public safety has a lot of needs, and a lot of cities in San Diego are working on the similar aspect. I believe El Centro is also working on a similar ask. So it's not something new that's new to this valley. We've talked about business tonight. One of the first things also businesses look at when they come to look at start a business in Calexico is how safe Calexico is. What type of services do they have? If something happens in my business, are they equipped to deal with that? Fire services, that's some of the important things that they look at too. Of course, the streets are important. Of course, what do you call parks and recs are important. A lot of services are important, but obviously we need to look at something that we all use, and we all use police services, we all use fire services one way or another. We provide a lot of services, and it's something that, of course, Measure H is going to eventually sunset, and we need to correct some of the ways that it was handled, and here's your opportunity to do so. And so there's many ways we could do this. I hate to put a certain percentage right now because this is just an ask to go forward, and I don't want to scare the public into, they want to raise it, because at this point it's just asking permission to look into it. So I want to make sure that the public knows that that's just what it is. It's just asking to see if it's feasible to do it this year, if not to do it for definitely next year. But it's something that we need to get this city on track, get it going faster than just allowing natural growth of business. This will help both departments to grow. It'll provide more services. And obviously, the fire department, I don't want to step on what he's going to say, but obviously as the more personnel goes in, they bring in more revenue themselves too. So it helps the city in the long run too. So now I'll pass it over to my colleague over here, Chief.
And first and foremost, I want to thank council. Thank you for bringing this to discussion. Thank you for bringing this to the public and having a discussion, right? We're just having a discussion about a special tax for public safety. Something that we, as Ms. Tylinda mentioned back in 2010, we were out there with Measure H and whatnot, and it was the purpose for public safety. It didn't fall that way, but we're making it work, right? And it's already been 20 years and went like this. And even with 20 years ago, we've had the same staffing since I got hired. Fire department staffing hasn't increased in 20 years. We've increased our operation, which is stretching our personnel to running 2 ambulances. We need a 3rd ambulance, just walking through PD's facility today with, for the storm assessment and whatnot, these guys need a new house. We have a new house at Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2 just got rehabbed, but the Brothers in Blue need a new police station, and one way that we can maybe go this route is obviously to have these discussions, right? It was very sad to walk through their facility and like, oh no man, you guys are cramped, you guys need to stretch your arms a little bit, and maybe having discussions, and obviously we have resources that we've reached out to, our chiefs in City of Chula Vista, chief in El Centro, that they're actually going through a special tax. Ex-police chief in the city of Brawley went through Measure J, and so on and so forth. But I think it is a need. We do want to obviously increase our staffing here in the near future. The city is only growing. I think we do have some developments going in the north end, also in the west end of town, and then what's going to happen with a circulation plan. It's going to divide our city that much, even to quadrants, with all the traffic that is going to be directed and so on and so forth. But again, I want to thank council for having the discussion, and this is what it is. It's a discussion to see where we want to move forward with this. I think there is some time there that we have until if we want to push it for 26 or either 28 or so on, and then see what happens in 2030. But again, thank you. It is a need, but it's a need across the board with the rest of the departments, right? We understand that as well. But I just want to say thank you for bringing this to discussion.
Thank you. Any public comments?
Yes. Robert Grunich?
I, again, here want to express my wholehearted support for this discussion, because there is nothing more important to a community than public safety. I want a strong police force. I want a fire force that can serve its community immediately. So I, as a business person, I've done the math on what this sales tax would do on purchases of $100, $500, $1,000, $20,000. It's minuscule, okay? And we should do everything we can to fund our police and our fire forces.
Thank you.
Alexis Rangel?
I want to make it clear that I'm speaking as a citizen on this particular issue. I'm glad you brought up Measure H because in 2010, I do remember my grandfather saying, "Hey, Lexi, how are you going to vote on this? It's for fire and for police department." That's how it was sold to the community. That's not how it happened. So I support this tax if it goes to fire and to police. If it's going to be turned into something else, I do not support the tax because the fire department, the chief is very good at letting us know what his department needs. And I'm very thankful. And I think our police chief is a little bit more modest when it comes to telling us what they need. But thank you, Mr. Calderon, Contreras, for saying that about the police department, because it's true, they do need a lot of things. But yes, and I see that there's a Public Safety Citizen Oversight Committee, and honestly, there's a lot of things on this agenda that I really wanted to comment on, but I stuck it down to two, because a lot of it comes back to money, right? All of this, if you don't have businesses, you're not gonna get money for the tax, right? If you don't have people spending here, you're not gonna get money for the tax. So you have to take all of that into account when it comes to this particular tax. But it has my support as long as it stays with fire and police. Thank you.
Thank you. No more? Going to council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
I think this is a great idea, considering that where I come from. The only thing that I'm a bit concerned, I don't know when this is going to go up for election. I don't know if it's November 2026 or later on. This is a very sensitive measure, and the reason why, because we want to be able to get enough votes to make it go through. I understand the need. I mean, I've spoken to both chiefs. I mean, I said earlier, Contreras should have 54 officers, currently has 25, I believe, or something. Chief has 20, should have 36. Chief has 6 vehicles that are about to be surveyed, that he doesn't have the means to protect us. Contreras, one of his engine dates back to 1996. So there is a lot of needs. And I think the only concern that I would have is that there's a lot of steps you have to take for this to be successful. And I know that our staff would be willing to spearhead this, but they have a lot on their plate. They have a lot of work, as you can see. We have traffic, we have burned buildings that we have to get reports on. We got a lot of things that are going on. And it's important, and I think bottom line is, if we do, I hope that everybody as a community gets together and puts this forward, because if we don't, it's gonna fail. And it's a shame because our first responders do need it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Well, this is one of the things that I feel that all of us are going to be supporting. The only difference was that we kind of jumped the gun and started meeting with the people who actually can help us plan this. And reading through the item, I feel that the city manager should break down these steps in kind of like the meeting that we had and how it was presented to us in order for this to be successful. So I know that we can commit to it by June in order to have this on the ballot. And we have till then. I would like to see how the breakdown would be, Mr. Martinez. Based on the communication and the meeting we had with the consultant. one of my main concerns is the fact that if we don't do it correctly, it can come back and be a no. And it's true, if it's not 2/3 of the vote, if this does go through, it won't be just for fire and police. So we want to make sure that it is, because that's where our need is at. That's all.
Councilmember Talinda?
Yeah, so I put this together for discussion because a lot of things just get put off, and nothing changes. And it's saddening and embarrassing because nothing changes. And we should let staff decide what they can and can't do. This is a great idea. And it's great that we started having this conversation, and it would be great if we could get it on the ballot as soon as possible, because that means that we could benefit if it goes through and if it doesn't go through. But if it goes through, we'd be able to benefit from that and hopefully change those departments and help serve the community. The idea here is to start gauging and listening to what council wants. It's not for, that's why it says discussion. It's not for you to approve it as is, it's to give an idea. There's things here that we need to collaborate with the fire and police departments, and they have to be incorporated into the special tax plan. And that's why it's a special, that's why I am proposing it be a special tax and not a general sales tax, because it goes into the general fund. And then although you campaign for it to be for fire and safety or fire and police, it can be moved around, and then, you know, it's not used for what even the staff who's been here all those years thought it was going to be used for. So in my opinion, it has to be a special tax, a special sales tax. It does require 2/3 of the vote, but that doesn't deter me, because the community will vote for it if they want it, and they will not vote for it if they don't want it. But we need to get this talk started. People need to know what we're thinking and what ideas we're bringing before the public so that we can fix the needs. Those departments, along with all our departments, are in dire need. Community services, library. I would love to see the library open on the weekends. Neighboring cities have the library open on the weekends. We don't have the money to give them the personnel. And we have children who would love to have a hot meal on the weekends if we could give them food on the weekends. And we don't have that. So this special sales tax, hopefully it's done sooner than later, needs to start being talked about, because there are a lot of steps that go into it, and there's a lot of needs in the city. But I would not support another tax if it's not a special sales tax, because I don't want to finish my term, go home, be paying into this, and then not see those departments get what they need. And if we need to incorporate another department, then we need to discuss that, and that's what this is for. So that's all I have to say right now.
And I just want to go ahead and thank you for actually putting this on.
Thanks.
Councilmember Ndukumbo, comment?
Well, here we are trying to do things the right way and putting these agenda items on the council for discussion, when apparently there's already meetings in the background about this with consultants. Wow. Anyway, that was important to point out. I support this agenda item because the recommendation that is asking for is to approve the concept of a public safety special sales tax. It's to direct staff to commence all necessary steps required. So it's just asking, it's giving direction to staff to look for it, to look for the information, to start working on it for this next election. My recommendation, if we do move forward with this, is that since we still have the Measure H, I don't want to put the burden of bringing the special tax, the totality of the sales tax to a 9%, because 9 sounds scary. When El Centro has 8.25%, we already have 8.5%. So the suggestion would be that it go up only 0.25% until the Measure H is done and over with, and then automatically kick in to the 0.5%, so it goes back to the current tax that we now have. And that way we could at least start collecting some money from here until then. That would be suggestion number 1. Suggestion number 2 would be that the totality of this, obviously, and I think we've been talking about this, that it's exclusively for police and fire. But I would break it to 60% police, 40% fire. And the only reason why I say that is because we're already working with the fire department on another program that is going to allow you to keep more of your money, which is the enterprise of it. And police right now is, El Centro just got their new police department. Imperial just acquired the old CHP building, and they're going to move their police department. I don't know if Brawley has done any recent upgrades to their police department. They have, right? I think I went there and it looked fairly new. So I think that I would only do that to where it's exclusively for fire and police, but give 60% to police, 40% to fire, because like I said, we're working out on a program with fire where you guys we're expecting to have additional income. But that's just a recommendation. We could always go, 55, 45, whatever you guys decide, because in the end, I guess the staff would meet to, discuss your needs, and then you guys can fight it out. But I wholeheartedly support this program. I didn't know you guys were already having discussions about it, because it's the first time that we brought this up. But yeah, so just to clear this up, this is to start the process and see if we can get it on to the November 26th, to the November, of this year election, because it's important that we start getting money for our emergency services, especially now that our sales taxes, our revenue is dropping. So that's all I have.
One of the things that we had talked to, we've been having meetings with our police and fire. I also spoke to Jimmy from Brawley. We want to make this right. I'm all for it. It's going to take a lot of work with both our police and fire. Boots on the ground. It just can't be done by staff. We have to all work together as a team. You mentioned, Councilmember Nurucumbo, some changes here. So my assumption is, if approved, it's because you went from, I think you went from 30 to 40 to changing it around from 60 to 40. So my assumption is that if we approve this, we can modify this as it goes. Yes? Okay. That's what I want to hear. So, and like briefing is so important, especially on all our agendas, especially on this one, because we want to make this right. There's no shenanigans going on. We want to make this right. We've had meetings with Detective Rangel. We've had meetings with both our chiefs. We want this done correctly. So if approved, obviously, like you said, we can modify things. Correct? Okay.
Yeah, it's being done correctly.
Yeah. No, well,
you cannot do it incorrectly.
Councilmember Nurucumbo had changed some numbers around, and it's not in writing. But if that's the case, then I would vote. Once it comes to me, I would be approving this.
The idea is just to give direction to start the process. So in essence, they would begin formulating, getting us, timelines, what their needs are, what the next steps are.
Right, so we're not
coordinate
going
with
by the
people.
exact timelines here. There's,
No,
we can change things
But
around.
that's an idea, so
Okay.
that we know what the steps are. That's why I
Okay.
broke it down that way, so we can have a visual of what this entire process entails.
But I just want to add that I didn't change any numbers around so that we don't have to modify the motion.
changed-
No, because it says rate, where it says proposed special tax framework, it says rate up to 0.50%, up to half a cent.
Okay.
So when I spoke to 0.25%, 0.50, when I said to change it for the measure H, it says up to. So there's no defined rate because that's what the whole purpose is, that the staff has a discussion.
As long as we
And
can.
when I said 50, 60, 40, that's also not here. It was just a suggestion that I made when they do have their discussions.
Okay, as long as we can modify things, and we know for a fact that we're going to work hard on this, because this is something that was brought up, I believe, a year ago, and it wasn't put out there. It wasn't brought to council, but now we're bringing it up. It's an important tax incentives, and like it'll work out, providing safety for our citizens, for our community, which is really, really important.
Mayor Legaspi, we have additional public comments.
Oh, go ahead.
Josh Paddock.
Council, good evening. We'll try and get this mic right from last time, but no, just real quick, when Chief was talking about the other cities are having the same discussion, and Brawley, I think, already passed it. But that's just the uniqueness of Calexico is kind of two things that came to mind is, one, we don't have a hospital, two, we have the border. One, we don't have the hospital, two, we have a border. 40% of our calls go to the port of entry yearly, 35 to 40%. We worked tired. The last couple of years, we tried really hard to get federal funding. Did a lot of research, applied for grants. Even if we got those, they're short-lived, and we need something that's sustainable in the long run. We got personnel grant a couple, 10 years back, 12 years back, but that's only for 6 years. And we're trying again for them, but again, these things are not sustainable. They're short-lived, and we need something that is going to continue with the growth of our calls. And so that just came to my mind real quick. Just two quick things is that we don't have a hospital, and the port of entry, unfortunately, that falls on the taxpayers. At least that's the only way that we've kind of seen it. And we need something that's sustainable in the long run, not just a short term. So that's it.
Carla Ibarra.
I'm really happy to hear this. This is one of the things that I know the whole city will support. However,
Can you put the mic a little closer?
I'm really concerned regarding this consultants. This is not the first time this was here. I guess it was the last meeting also. Mr. Calderon, regarding speaking with consultants without the proper channels. And that's a violation of the Brown Act, and I guess you must have said before that you have a lot of experience in that. And meeting with other people behind is not acceptable. I just want to let you know that this
Ms.
will be
Ibarra, we're not
reported.
talking about that. We're talking about this, and please don't.
This is regarding the consultants.
No comments towards, derogatory comments towards our council members,
It's
please.
not derogatory.
Let's
and
go to the sales tax, special
exactly
public
what
sales
I'm-
tax, please.
That is exactly what I'm
He's
talking about.
violating her right to speak on it,
Yeah.
a city attorney.
As long as she's not, like saying anything derogatory, she's fine.
Yeah, you need to be careful with that.
You
Yeah, she's not saying bad words or anything. And give her additional time because you interrupted her.
So I'm just telling you that you create distrust and you hurt the process with doing that. Please understand that this needs to be addressed. And to our city manager, you could also let everyone know that this is not acceptable. I just want to let you know that we all as a city would support this, but you would damage if you continue with this process, and we cannot just let it happen. Thank you very much.
Jonathan Raquel.
So I can't let the tall, dark, and handsome firefighter man outshine me. I just want to say he's correct. Most of our calls are to the port of entry. We are not charging the federal government for any of our calls out there. Sometimes we work together alongside for certain situations, certain calls. Nonetheless, we spoke, Mr. Calderon, you mentioned a consultant. So just to let you know, we don't really need a consultant for this. Yes, they do strategize very well, and I'm sure you've spoken to Jimmy about that. What worked in Brawley may not work here. We may have to do more than Brawley did. Nonetheless, as a POA vice president, hopefully I stay in there. And if not, you still have my word. I live in Calexico, and I'm here to stay. And I will guarantee you that the members will be out there, not just knocking, but also doing community outreach, public forums, alongside hopefully our police commissioners are able to help us out with this. One of the main concerns is gathering the information, presenting it to all stakeholders, business, residents, and even tourists. We want them to understand where it's coming from, that we want them to feel safe, no matter where they're at in the city of Calexico, no matter what happens with their traffic jams or not. But that is one of the things and one of the goals that we need. Thank you, Mr. Contreras, for saying that we need infrastructure at our department. Chief, we are miracle workers, but this would give us wings now. We'd be able to do more. Consider this. It looks like all of you guys are in favor. We have had conversations on separate occasions, and let's move forward. Once again, we are willing to also meet with the Fire Association, work alongside, meet with both admins, and move forward. City Manager, we're ready for this. We can do this. Don't be shy. We will get this done. For the residents that are listening, hopefully they're still in there. Yes, it does take 2/3 plus 1 to get this to pass. But I'm pretty sure if we educate and we give them the knowledge that they deserve, we can get this. We can work together. Thank you.
No more comments? Okay, call for council discussions. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, regardless of what happens here, I'm still going to vote for it. My concern is just being able to pass this. It's a lot of work, I'm telling you. We're already behind the 8 ball when we're talking about this. And just for the record, I don't agree with 60-40. I think we should split it halfway, 50-50, and that's all. And that's for the record. Police department and fire department should share the funding, and that's all I have.
Councilmember Marquez.
I just want to take the time to remind council that we need to be united, and negative comments never help anyone. The one thing, if we were in a specific meeting, was because I was invited, not because I want to exclude anyone. And we're here working together, so any of that doesn't really count, and it doesn't really help. So let's just leave that aside and focus on our goal, which is to pass this. Because if anything, and I don't agree with you, Mr. Calderon, because I really feel that our police department needs a new house. Yes. They are in dire need of something better. So once again, thank you, Linda, for bringing this up.
Councilmember Telenda.
I think that we hopefully pass this and give direction to staff to work together and work with the city manager and legal so that they can tell us how they want to split it. I do think that PD needs a little bit more money, but I would like to see how you guys collaborate together, because I will walk day and night to get this passed, and it will pass. I'm not worried about that. And time, we can turn it around if we want to get it on the ballot. I have complete faith. It really comes down to how quickly you guys want to get it on there. If you need help, we're all here to help you. We're all here to help the departments. And I'm sorry that your freedom of speech was momentarily interrupted. That shouldn't be happening. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
I wasn't gonna continue with it, but I will answer what you said, and it's not to fight or anything, Councilmember Marquez, but consultants aren't free. So when you're meeting with consultants, it means somebody's getting paid. And we didn't approve for any consulting yet because this is the very first step. So it does raise a red flag of what's going on behind the scenes. It's not that I'm being excluded. I don't have, FOMO issues. That's not my thing. But if consultants are involved, it means somebody's getting paid. And that's why I brought it up. And for somebody to get paid without it being out here in public, that's where the issue arises. So I just wholeheartedly approve of this. And again, like I said, I support all of you, but we're doing something really good for the fire, which is why I said 60-40, because what you guys have coming to you, hopefully, if it gets approved, is also a big source of revenue for you guys, and that's why I mentioned that. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Obviously, this is a very good, important tax initiative. Like I said earlier, we've talked to our department, we've talked to our fire personnel, we've talked to Detective Rangel. But one of the things that Councilmember Marquez had brought up is that if we can't get along up here, it's not going to be a good outcome. Reference to people wanting to vote. People are seeing us on YouTube. People are seeing us from out there. And if we're up here, behaving the way we behave at times, why am I going to vote for that? If the five of us cannot get along, then how are we going to be able to handle a tax initiative? So we need to work together as a team in order for this to go. Can't do it without all five of us together. And I apologize. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I second.
Okay. I got a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, second from Councilmember Noticumbo. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor, I'm sorry, we want to put a timeline to the recommendation, and I would recommend the meeting of March 18th. That's the second meeting in March, to come back with a report.
Okay. All right. So recommendation for March 18th to come back with a report.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noticumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Discussion, going on to item number 10, discussion and potential action to direct the city manager to develop a downtown business parking pass program, providing 2 to 3 fee parking passes per businesses. Call for staff report.
It's good evening. This is an item that I worked on because I'm always in downtown, and in speaking to some of the business owners, they have a lot of, in not only speaking to them, but experiencing business owners parking in the middle of the street and impeding the traffic flow so that they can get stuff delivered. I wanted to discuss this with the council and see what council's feedback is and direction, and if they'd like to see something developed of this sort. That's why I even did a draft application in it. But to help out our downtown businesses, because we implemented the parking meters, they're awesome, but we have the business owners there, and a lot of them don't have parking, and so they have to keep putting money in the parking or park blocks and blocks away. So I was thinking maybe there's something that we could do to help out, and it doesn't have to be this, but it's just a discussion to see how we could help out the businesses in downtown. I know that we charge a meter rate for business owners to buy a meter for the year, something like that along those lines, if I'm correct. They pay a monthly fee. And I don't recall how the fee, I think it's $600 a month, something. I might be wrong, don't quote me. Do you remember what it is? Okay.
I know we do a monthly pass for employees for $15 to park in our parking lots.
Yeah, and so I was this idea is to remove some of those because that's a cost for our business community, and it doesn't have to be a lot, and it could be even generalized to the parking lots and not in front of the streets, not street front parking, but parking lots, and give some passes. And they have to be registered with Republic Services because we have businesses that are not registered with Republic Services and they're dumping illegally in the alleys, and that creates a lot of trash because they don't have their own trash cans. So that would be one of the requirements, and also have an active business license. But that was the idea behind this, because I see and speak to a lot of the business owners. I won't name them, but I've gotten a lot of complaints that they're always getting tickets and that we have really good traffic control officers, and that's good because they're doing their job. But this is just an idea to see what we could do collectively as a council to help alleviate some of those fees, because we already have high inflation, the economy isn't doing really well, we don't have a lot of development downtown, our streets are horrible in downtown, there's not a lot of attention going there. We're not even, right now we voted not to even look at downtown streets, so this would be an idea to see if we could do something positive in downtown, since, we don't have a lot of funding, but that's the idea. And my laptop died, so I'm remembering this off the top of my head, sorry. That's all I have to say. Thank you, sorry. That's all I have to say
Thank
right
you.
now.
Call for public comments.
Robert Gronich.
I want to thank Lisa Talena for the good intention. I personally pay my parking permit every month, and I park in the back parking lots. I have no problem doing that. I've been working since I was 7 years old. I'm 52 years old now, and I was taught that the parking spaces are for the customers. I don't want to see my next door neighbors who are owners of their businesses, parking right there, because that customer could walk over to my store, and if he's parked all day there, and he's just moving his car around to avoid the chalk line or whatever, that's not conducive to business. From my perspective, I'm speaking personally, I think the system is fine right now. Pay a parking permit, employees get to pay a parking permit. If the business wants to contribute to their parking permit, then they can go park in the parking lots. But the parking right in front of the businesses, they're for the customers.
Alexis Rangel.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I want you guys to write this down. So in the police commission, it's police commission, code enforcement, and traffic. It's 3 different departments that we advise on. So I saw this item pulled last time, and then there were some comments that were made about it, and I don't want to get into too much details, but there's a municipal code, 10.26.010, and that is already the downtown preferential parking zone. And in that, it says specifically, and they might want to reword this because I'm not a cartographer, but I think I know east and west, and this sounds wrong to me. Mary Street to the, so this covers Mary Street to the east, which I think they mean west, Emerson Avenue to the west, 4th Street to the north, and 1st Street to the south. And so this basically gives the police chief a business owner would submit an application basically saying, I want a parking space. It says a fee, it doesn't give a fee, like a number of how much that costs, which I highly suggest you start giving the public numbers, because it's very difficult and I know this from experience, when you're trying to get certain permits and they don't give you the exact number. So keep that in mind. But on this right here, it's kind of already implemented. So I see what you're saying, Ms. Thailinda. But I would just highly recommend you look at that ordinance that's already in the municipal code and maybe build off of that.
Can you say the section?
It starts at 10, I don't know if it's dot or period, we're supposed to say 26.010. And that starts with the definition, and it goes all the way until 10.26.080. And so my question is, and this is why I'm not completely against the handbook that was mentioned earlier, just because when these things come up, I would hope that your city staff would advise you of these things. I know I'm very inquisitive and I like to look up the attachments and go into the municipal code and look at all these other things, but I think it would be very helpful if they would advise you of these particular things. Also, it says that the police chief has to be given it, so I would say Calexico loves to give a lot of things away for free. And I think that's kind of why we're in this mess that we're in. Just like Mr. Granish said, he's fine with paying a parking pass. I think the majority of business owners are fine with paying a parking pass because it helps out the city. We get more people here. We get more businesses that want to come in. So, I mean, it goes along with a lot of what you're saying already, Ms. Thailinda, which is that they have to have a business permit. It has to be valid. So I think, I don't know, maybe you use this as a stepping point. Maybe you saw it already and you used it, but just keep in mind that there is already this ordinance in your guys' books. And it's very easy to look up. If you want to be a little bit of a metiche, go into the Calexico website, look up the Muni Code, and you can find all sorts of stuff on there. But I do think that this, because it requires the police chief to sign off on it, I do think it should stay within that department, any fees that come from it, and also include what the fees are. Thank you.
Carlos Fonseca, and we need another motion.
I'd like to make a motion to extend to 11:10 p.m.
I second it.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So super quick, because I want to go home. I understand the parking thing. I understand that there's a $15 fee to pay to park in the back. However, with my social media thing that I'm going on right now and putting all these drug dealers and everything on blast, if you will, I'm afraid for my property. I really do think that they're going to vandalize my truck and my people's, stuff, my employees' other cars. Yes, you're right, Mr. Gronish. If you would want to park anywhere you want, if I want to pay the fee, the extra fee, so be it. Why not? Let me park in front. I'm not gonna. I don't want to have this burden on me, right? I don't want to come back to you and say, hey, you know what? They vandalized my truck because I paid the $15 back there. I'll be real honest with you. Calexico does need to step up a little bit on the policing there, especially in those areas, because we have really high drug usage, and it's a mess. Currently, I'm at 7 or 8 tickets right now, and I'd like to do something about it. It's really hard for me. I get there at 6 a.m. I leave at 7 p.m. sometimes. For me to be putting quarters, I do it. Believe me, I go in there and put quarters, but I forget sometimes, man. And it's a hassle. Today, I put up a video because the guy gave me a ticket because I was there for more than 2 hours. I said, well, duh, dude, I'm here from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. What do you want me to do? The guy was not understandable about the situation. I told him, that's great, dude, just keep doing your job. Whatever. I'll pay the $25. It doesn't hurt me. But this is going to get to be a problem. And as business owners, we should have the right to park. If we want to park in the back, pay the $15. If we want to pay a higher fee to park in the front, why not? It's I don't think it's gonna make our business any worse or well off or whatever. So that's all I had to say. Totally on a side note, 2 seconds. You guys have a water plant facility, right? You guys have a place to dump shit. Okay, the whole valley.
It has to be on this item.
Well,
if you have any further questions or
I
anything,
wanted to put it on the
you can
agenda if possible, because I think the
you can leave your contact information with staff.
I can what?
Leave your contact information with staff. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good
Thank
night.
you, Mr. Fonseca. Any other public comments? No? Okay. Call for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Well, they say I don't spend time in downtown. Well, I differ from that. Mayor Legaspi and I were there yesterday. And I want to see if you can focus. This is how this alley looked yesterday when Mr. Legaspi and I were there. And I hope 9:30 a.m. It was spotless, with the exception of urine and feces smell, but it was clean. This morning, I went, and this was the results. In spite of Republic putting new locks on the gates, actually welding chains to the locks to ensure that they don't take the locks, this would happen. And it happens every day. That's what Republic is telling me. So what I'm getting at is that we have many problems in downtown, but the most important that I realize is we have drug users, like Mr. Fonseca was saying, running around downtown. We have homeless, and we also have merchants that don't follow code. Here's the list, and let me cover this. All the yellow names are merchants that have no contract with Republic. And there's 39 of them.
Councilmember, can you relate it back to the item?
Yes, well, that's why I'm proving it. So here we have 3 parking spaces for every merchant, and yet we can't get them to pay. We have license fees that are overdue. We have contracts that are not being done with Republic. And this is actually funding that comes to the city. So my only concern with this is that if we're going to give something free, we need to make sure that all these customers are within compliant, because this will continue to happen every day. So again, that's all I have, and we'll keep working on downtown and hopefully cleaning it up. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon. Councilmember Marquez.
Well, I also want to agree with Mr. Gronich. To a merchant, it's very important the turnover of customers that you have visiting your stores. And by taking these parking spaces, you kind of diminish that. I like the initiative. Maybe if it were designated to a certain street of downtown and maybe not the main streets, I would agree to something like that. But that's just my only concern, because you want to make sure that you have customers in your store. And one of the complaints that we had before, when we had the bid commissioners meeting, was that merchants park right in front and they don't move their trucks or their vehicles, and they're taking all this space. So that's just my concern. If we were to designate to certain streets of the downtown area where they can park, I'd be willing to go with that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Talenda?
Yeah, so the idea behind this item was mainly discussion, to gauge where the public is, to gauge where council is, and we have to brainstorm together. And I think we've had a really great meeting. Honestly, regardless of what's transpired, I think it's been great because we're having questions, we're talking to each other, and we're discussing the items. And for me, I want to hear what the rest of the council wants, so that we can show the public that we're having ideas, that we're trying new things. And in retrospect, when this was done, it wasn't clarified, and I see it. I mean, we discussed it that it should just be a parking lot. You know, if something like that was proposed, a parking lot in the back. But it was written as so, and here we are. Because Diana was my second on this item. And with that said, I think it's important to collaborate and have these kinds of conversations. Critiquing is very important, and I'm actually really thankful to you, Mr. Granich, for coming out and spending all your night with us to let us know how you're feeling, what you're thinking about it. So with that said, the idea was purely for discussion. And thank you, Council Member Marquez, for sharing your thoughts in regards to potentially maybe a certain area or a certain parking lot, because that could help the businesses alleviate some of the costs, because sometimes you don't get a lot of customers. Sometimes you don't have, the revenue that's coming in. But that was the idea, wholeheartedly, genuine, something to try and help the businesses downtown and really just get the discussion going. So other than that, I have nothing to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Talenda. Councilmember Nudukumbo?
As far as parking downtown, I had received a request from one of the business owners there about parking. You know how they have it in Mexicali where they have like exclusive in front of some shops. I didn't know that there was already that business owners paid a fee, but I think maybe here, whether it be here or with our Business Improvement Commission, but to discuss the possibility of giving like storefronts, not giving them for free, but maybe at a discount, so that the city's also not losing the revenue of those meters, but at a discount, like, I don't know, 2 per storefront or 3, depending on how big the business is. And looking at that, and then the city has like 3 or 4 public parking lots throughout downtown. So yeah, maybe have an exclusive, or have one of those exclusively for employees, not free, but at a discount, and then just have the shoppers pay or the rest of the parking, pay the full price, because we know a lot of them also use it to cross to Mexicali, right? And we want our business owners downtown to have a priority to be able to have a parking space. So that's my idea. I think we should continue these discussions maybe with the business or with the traffic. Yeah, the commission. But I don't know if it's the bid or the traffic commission or both, and have that discussion and see how you can help out, because I'll tell you, the one that approached was California Market that's there, and his concern was like, people come out here with heavy stuff, gallons of milk and stuff, and then they don't have their cars like parked way over there. So that's kind of one of the things where if you give the storefronts 2, parking spaces at a discount, so that we're not losing revenue, and then, you can help them out that way. But that's just an idea. That's it.
Thank you. I've attended the town hall meeting where Mr. Granich had attended, or a lot of us had attended. And one of the comments that business owners had made was the rotations of vehicles coming in and out, so that they can go buy, merchandise or whatnot. And the majority of the people at this town hall meeting said they all agreed that that people that are parking there are the people that are going to buy items, which is very important. We worked so hard for our meters. I don't know, I think it was like 2 years in the works of bringing in our meters, and now we have them out there. It is bringing, revenue to the city, and I'm sure people that can't park there is bringing in money to the businesses. So, yeah, I'm not in agreement with this. I think if our economy was a lot better, if we have more businesses, yeah, maybe 1 or a discount. But definitely this is bringing revenue on a monthly basis. I know the chief has informed me of some numbers, and looking good. So that's all I have to say.
May I add something real quick? The idea that I gave on the exclusivity is only during business hours. So that way the meters would still collect like after 6 p.m. for those that are traveling to Mexicali. But they wouldn't be free. Like I said, it would be a service for the business owners. We would still collect the revenue, and it would be a fixed revenue because we know we're going to collect that for sure. So, you know, that was the idea that maybe you guys could discuss and tweak and make better.
Can I add something, Mayor? Yeah, so I just asked legal here, and it's just discussion, so it doesn't need a motion, just talk about, so whenever you guys are ready. I have nothing else to say, so.
So just one question, Councilmember Nuricumbo, so would it be kind of like them putting up a sign in front of their, and then the business paying for that throughout from 8
Like
to
a
5
lease to
per
the
se?
city, like leasing the parking spaces for a discount.
And then after, like, let's say the storefront is closed, then it would go back to the regular parking? That
Like a
would work.
sign that says like, you know, Garland's 8 to 6 or whatever, and then after 6, it's open to the public and they would have to pay the meter. Just, it's an idea. It would have to be tweaked, but yeah, that was the idea.
The only, if you have it under discussion and potential item actions, confirming there's no voting?
But it sounds like there's some sort of direction to refer it to a commission.
Yeah, so I would like to motion to direct this item to continue to speak. Oh, well, if he's going to talk, I'll remove my motion until he's finished.
I'd like to add, if you're going to do that, send it to the bid. Let them come up with a recommendation. That's who we have them for, and have the bid commission tell us what they recommend based on the input from the merchants and everything.
And I think the meeting they had from before, where all the merchants were here, I think it was when we had the
Yeah, it was a meter one.
the meter, right? And a lot of the merchants did show up, and they voiced their concerns and their opinions, and I think we should definitely delegate that to them, and maybe have another meeting with all the merchants and see where we can go from there.
I think the commissioners will be excited to get direction from us to do public outreach and, do research.
Yeah, the motion was going to be for a cooperation between police and traffic and the bid to have maybe a combination meeting and to present us something, a proposal. That's my motion.
That was your motion?
My motion is to direct our commissions. At this point, it would be the Traffic Commission and the Bid Commission to have a meeting within the next 60 days to discuss this item and bring back a proposal to the council. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. A motion given by Councilmember Nuricumbo, second by Councilmember Thalanda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Legaspi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda.
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 11. Community Center and Senior Hall Kitchen Upgrade Project, 2025 to 600. Award bid proposal and authorize city manager to sign construction agreement between the City of Calexico and LZ Constructions Incorporated in the amount of $92,800 for the Community Center and Senior Hall Kitchen Upgrade Project number 2025-600. That's A. B, authorize city manager to approve any future change orders not to exceed $9,280, 10% of LZ Constructions Incorporated base bid as per ordinance number 1218. C, reject bid proposal from Andrade Constructions and TB High Performance due to non-responsive bid. And D, adopt budget amendment resolutions for number 255 in the amount of $11,480 for Community Center and Senior Hall kitchen upgrade project number 2025-600. And hopefully we have a staff report on this one.
Yes. Could you start, please? Number 11. Is that the TV mark? Yeah.
Yeah. Is it the TV control?
Should be the TV. Check that TV.
I'll just read it. Let's just read it. I'll read it. I'll just read it.
You can put the output the audio to the computer speaker instead of HDMI, and then have it play through this mic.
That sounds like good.
Oh, but you still need the HDMI plugged in, but you have to tell the audio to output through from the computer settings to output through the computer speaker. Yeah, none of that stuff. It'll come back up. It's already back up. So the audio output of the laptop has to be set to output from the laptop, not from the HDMI.
Okay, we're on our 5-minute break. Yeah? Get back to work. Okay. Okay, yeah? All right. It is 11:10. Let's go ahead and resume the meeting. Do I need a motion to resume? Or, no? Oh, okay, let's resume. Presentation, is it working? Michael? Whose presentation is this?
Agenda item number 11, Community Center and Senior Hall Kitchen Upgrade, project number 2025-600. Recommendations, letter A, award bid proposal and authorize city manager to sign construction agreement between the City of Calexico and LZ Construction, Inc. in the amount of $92,800 for Community Center and Senior Hall Kitchen Upgrade, project number 2025-600. Recommendation B, authorize city manager to approve any future change orders not to exceed $9,280, 10% of LZ Construction, Inc. base bid as per city ordinance number 1218. Recommendation C, reject bid proposals from Andrade Construction and TB High Performance due to non-responsive bid. Recommendation D, adopt budget amendment resolution for fund number 255 in the amount of $11,480 for Community Center and Senior Hall Kitchen Upgrade Project 2025-600. Background. The Calexico Community Center and Senior Hall are heavily utilized facilities that serve as a key gathering space for recreation, community engagement, and senior programming. The proposed upgrades will ensure that both kitchens can continue to support these activities, aligning with current public health requirements. On November 5th, 2025, the City Council of the City of Calexico approved the bid documents for Community Center and Senior Hall Kitchen Upgrade Project number 2025-600 and authorized the Public Works Department to send the project out to bid. Discussion and analysis. On December 11, 2025, the Office of the City Clerk received the following bids. LZ Construction, $92,800. Andrade Construction, $129,382.25. TB High Performance, $148,901.33. After reviewing the bid documentation from all bidders, the city found the following. LZ Construction, Inc. LZ Construction, Inc. is the lowest responsible bidder and holds the necessary contractor license for said project. Andrade Construction. Andrade Construction prepared the plans for said project, therefore they cannot engage in or public contracting due to violation of conflict of interest rules under Government Code 1097.6. TB High Performance. TB High Performance bid contains a mathematical or arithmetic error. The bid submitted shows a discrepancy of $26,656.91, which is almost 20% of the contractor's price. Recommendation. City staff recommends that the City Council of the City of Calexico award the bid proposal to LZ Construction, Inc. and authorize the City Manager to sign construction agreement with LZ Construction, Inc. in the amount of $92,800 for the Community Center and Senior Hall Kitchen Upgrade Project number 2025-600. Fiscal impact, current budget. The Community Center and Senior Hall Kitchen Upgrade Project was originally budgeted $100,000 in the current fiscal year as part of the Capital Improvement Program. To date, approximately $90,600 remains available after prior expenditures related to asbestos testing, preparation of building plans, and other necessary pre-construction and project development material costs. Fiscal impact, amended budget. Upon receipt and review of contractor's bid, city staff determined that additional funding is required to fully award and complete the project as recommended. As a result, city staff recommends transferring $11,480 from the existing ARPA-funded Recreation Project Community Center Seating Panels to a corresponding ARPA-funded recreational project for Calexico Community Center kitchen upgrade. This transfer will allow the city to complete the required kitchen improvements.
Okay, that concludes the presentation. Basically, this is a project that is being anticipated and is highly necessary. The Public Works Department is actually supporting recreation. Norma Gerardo has been working actually in this project. I'm not sure, Norma, if you want to add something to support your own project.
Thank you, Mr. Villegas, and good evening, council members, mayor. No, everything was really well explained with the video and amazing voice that we have as a voiceover. I don't know if you have any questions that I could probably answer for you.
What are we gonna cook in this new kitchen?
I know, I know. This is exciting, and this is just so that we can be permitted with the county. So our facility is permitted, our kitchens are permitted. They're the ones who told us what improvements needed to happen since it's an old building and it was kind of outdated, I guess.
If approved, what's the projection start and end date?
We would start, practically immediately, since we are just waiting for the approval. We just need to get back to the contractor. Typically, we need 10 days to clear all the requirements from the contractor. And after that, we can schedule the starting the construction. If we don't have any delays that require recreation, we can start in, say, after 10 days, any day.
And that would work wonderfully for the department because we blocked off February from both rentals so that they wouldn't impose on any rentals. So we have February blocked off. If we can make it happen in February, then that will be amazing because starting March is booked. Both kitchens are booked.
Yeah.
Do we have any further questions? Thank you. Any public comments? Okay. Council discussion, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon?
I have no comment.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez?
I just want to say that this project is really needed. I was able to visit the community center last week, and I know that a lot of the facilities are in dire need of repair, but the kitchen is one of the ones that is used most by the community, and this money is well spent.
Thank you. Councilmember Talenda?
Any investment in our infrastructure is a net positive. Hopefully one day soon we can see a special tax for, those types of departments, library and community services. I would love to see a commissary kitchen eventually, but this is a step in the right direction. So thank you, and thank you to staff for working on it.
Councilmember Notokumbo?
No comment.
All right. The only comment that I have is thank you, Norma, for doing a really good job in your department, and keep up the good work. Call for a motion?
A motion.
Okay. Okay, who did it first? Okay. Councilmember Calderon, motion for approval. Second is Councilmember Diana Notokumbo. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Notokumbo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now, moving on to informational items. Receive and file Library Board of Trustees minutes for meeting on November 3rd, 2025. The item is acknowledged and received. Going on to future agenda items. Do I have any future agenda items? Mayor Pro Tem Calderon?
It's been a while, so I'd like to see an update on Heber Park as to where we're at. And what's the process? Because-
Yes, I mentioned earlier, I will have that on the second meeting in March.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Marquez?
I would like to ask for an update on the funds that are still available for Rodriguez Park. I know that the baseball community was out here, and they need to update the parks in order to be used. So I want to know how much money we still have there and how far along have we gone in remodeling the restroom area and the concession stand, and if there's anything else that we're still working on. And I'm sorry. Also, it was mentioned last council meeting that we should have some sort of updates when people come up here and they voice their opinion or their complaints, that we should have some sort of updates or follow-up with them. As council, I feel that we need to also be informed if these items are being followed up. So I don't know if there's any way that we can report back to council of the things that are being taken care of when our citizens come up and ask for our help. I don't know if we can develop some sort of system where we can report that.
Yes, I'll do that directly with the city council.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Talenda?
Yeah, if we could, for the next meeting, potentially as an informational item, have an update on the CDBG grants that are on hold with the state. And just an informational item also on how, if we can get department memos, just to be informed. And I really like the idea from Councilmember Marquez to have some sort of form that gets filled out so that we can have, a paper trail of, concerns that are brought before the council and if they're being followed up with. And maybe just in general to have, and then we can see, if we have like those forms and they're put out here on the daily basis, and we can see and gauge what's going on with the public and if we're following up. But I think that's a great idea.
Thank you, Councilmember Talenda. Councilmember Nurukumbo?
I think we passed a lot of things this meeting, so I'll give you guys a break.
I would like to, hopefully, the cameras installation or security cameras installation by the next council meeting. Truck route updates. I know that we have our counters out there for the next council meeting. And updates on the plaques, on our memorial plaques.
So it was cameras, plaques, and what was the other one?
Truck routes.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, and maybe this is an item that we can talk about. A lot of things happen in the departments and department meetings that might be beneficial for us to know. So I don't know if there's any agenda that you follow when you have those meetings, and whatever notes you might be taking so that we are all well informed, and if you can share those with us so that we all know what's going on within those departments.
Yeah, I concur.
Are we talking about the staff meeting, the departmental meeting we have? We have one meeting once a week.
Correct.
Are you talking about like when we have the truck routes follow-ups?
No, I'm talking about meetings in general. I want to make sure that when they are meeting, that things are getting worked on, and that we're not really losing time, and we're actually getting down to business.
Let me think about that one. I'm not sure how to address that efficiently.
And then I don't know how we can also report to each other. Like, for instance, today, the meeting that we had and other council members were not aware, how we can just share that information between us without actually, violating any Brown Act. But maybe you can report back to us.
Individually?
As a whole, just informational. We don't have to respond as long as he's informing us of what's going on. Food for thought.
Yeah, that's,
Any other future agenda items from our fellow council members? That's it. If there being no further business, meeting is now adjourned at 11:23. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion to